What's going on? Yes, the flip side of that showing is. Very. So there's. Yes. right, we're going. I'd like to call to order the Westerly Town Council meeting for Monday, February 9th, 2026. All councils are here except for Councilor Aiello, who's due shortly. Town manager, town solicitor, town clerk, and town sergeant are all here. First on the agenda is invocation with Councilor Van Dover.
Heavenly Father, in moments of uncertainty, we come before you with an open heart. Clear the noise around us and quiet the doubts within us. Fill our minds with wisdom, our spirit with peace, and our steps with purpose. Help us to see beyond our fears and desires, and to choose the path that honors truth, kindness, and integrity. Guide us so that our decisions bring light to others and peace to our souls. I trust that with you, we will walk in the ways that is right. In Jesus' name, amen.
At this time, I would also like to ask for a moment of silence in observance of the passing of Mr. Joe Vaca, who dedicated his life to the youth of this town, being part of and ultimately running the Westerly Pee Wee football program for almost 60 years. Please, just a moment of silence for Mr. Vaca. Thank you.
Salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag, United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty, justice for all. Thank you for that moment of silence, Councilor Petrie. He was such a great man. He touched so many lives, and I really enjoyed coaching with him decades ago. Next, recognitions, awards, and memorials. There are none. Presentations, meeting with local legislatures, Senator Victoria Gu, Representative Samuel Azanero, Representative Brian Kennedy, and Representative Tina Spears. Thank you for coming and sharing your legislative goals. I know that Representative Kennedy has the tenure here, if you want to.
Well, thank you very much. I thought we'd kick off by telling you the governor has introduced his FY 2027 budget. It calls for $14.86 billion with a focus on affordability, infrastructure, investments, and protections for vulnerable populations. The budget is now being heard within the House Finance Committee. They're going through article by article. So at this point in time, it's still very, very early on in the process. One of the key ideas that he has put forth in the budget is a phase out of the state tax on Social Security benefits. And he foresees that this would be done over a 3-year period. He's also looking to create child care tax credits, which is something we have not done in the past. And he's proposing a $600 million bond package. That bond package would give $215 million if it was approved by the voters for higher education, $120 million for housing bonds and housing development, including ownership for first-time home owners, and then $265 million in bonds for economic development and green projects. He foresees an increase in education funding by $17.5 million. So it would raise the per pupil education aid to by 3.1%. And then some of the bonds that he is proposing would also provide additional support for career and tech education programs. So that would include here in the town of Westerly. It's expected that this FY 2027 budget will reflect on the final unspent ARPA funds. So since 2021, we've been using ARPA money. This would be the very last of the ARPA funds that's left. He has proposed an increase in the cigarette tax from 75 cents, an additional 75 cents to $5.25 per pack. So that represents probably one of the highest cigarette taxes in the country. And as you probably have heard, it also includes increasing by introducing a new personal income tax of 8.99% for taxpayers over $1 million in income. That he would expect would bring in about $67 million if that gets adopted by the General Assembly. In addition, one of the programs that has been out there for a number of years is the motor vehicle excise tax. He has set aside $239.6 million, which would be backfilled to every community in the state of Rhode Island for their share of the motor vehicle phase out that was put forth a number of years ago. And the governor has also recommended $1.6 million from federal funds to acquire 3 parcels of land here in Westerly along Winnapaug Pond. Those parcels of land are connected to a 15-acre continuous salt marsh. And this would further connect those pieces of land so that it would be a continuous salt marsh area that would be overseen by DEM. And then the final thing that I would comment on, you may have seen from some of the other communities in the state that would like to see the state of Rhode Island return to having general revenue sharing. The last time this was done was in 2009, became when the state was experiencing major deficits. The decision was made to stop doing general revenue sharing at that time. But I believe Gloucester and Hopkinton have both passed resolutions supporting some type of restoration of revenue sharing money, general revenue sharing money to the towns. Keep in mind, I think as a way to address that in the past, Governor McKee started providing monies that the towns could use to fix the roads and streets in their communities. So I would expect that that money is still going to be available for towns to apply for. And hopefully with the fact that the cost of asphalt and oil type sealant products have come way down in cost, communities would benefit by being able to do a larger amount of roads and streets than they were able to do before.
That's quite a bit. Why don't we let the representatives speak? Representative Azanero?
Good evening. Thank you for the invite. We try to do this every year so that we can all stay on the same page as to what's going on in Westerly and in the state. Rep. Kennedy just expounded on just about everything that we do up there, but just so you know, one of my, being the chair of the Veterans Affairs Committee, a lot of my bills are veterans related, which I'm very proud to do. But there are a number of other bills that I put in. So far this year, I've only put in about 12 bills. So just to hit on a couple of them, registrations for automobiles with poundage for license plates, those type of things, they come to me, but they don't go to my committee. They go to another committee. I put them in because I get requested to put these bills in. one of the bills that I put in a couple of years, the Rhode Island Promise Program. If you haven't heard of it, it's giving children a chance that graduate high school, one semester out of school where they could go back to the Promise Program at CCRI. Most kids, I think, at age 17, 18, when they graduate high school, may not know what they want to do, may think that they want to go out of state to another college and decide, oh, I don't like this. I want to get back in Rhode Island and take advantage of the Promise Program, which is a free tuition at CCRI. This bill would give them that option to take that one semester off, so to speak, or go find a job or do nothing. But after that one semester, which ends in December, I would say, they would have a chance to go back and take advantage of the CCRI program, which is a free tuition. So hopefully I can get that bill passed this year. There are other bills that I don't know if you want to go into any of them, but casualty insurance general that I'm working with Senator Gu on. And I won't expound on it because she came up with this and I put the duplicate bill in the House. So I'm there to do the people's work. I think helping people is the biggest satisfaction that I get out of doing what I do. People call me, they call us, and they have a problem with certain departments in the state of Rhode Island, and 9 out of 10 times we'll get an answer for them. So that's what that's all I got right now.
I was trying to get my driveway shoveled. Could you help me with that?
We got some grandkids that might be able to come over and help you. That's about it.
Thank you, Representative Azanero. Representative Spears? I guess I'm going down the line.
Yeah.
Best. of luck.
Thank you. So to build on what Speaker Pro Tem Kennedy and Chairman Azanero, I'll just tell you a little bit about some of my priorities this year. But first and foremost, obviously, I represent a portion of Westerly, Charlestown, New Shoreham, and South Kingstown, and my job is to represent their interests. So things that you bring to me, I'm happy to introduce, work with my colleagues to pull those over the finish line for the community. A couple of areas that I'll be working on very aggressively this year is around coastal resilience. Senator Gu and myself sponsored a bill 2 years ago to have a full assessment and a statewide plan developed, which has been developed. It's under public review and should be final soon. Essentially, it gives us a roadmap of what we need to do for our communities to shore them up, protect them long term. So I have every intention of submitting a rather large bond. We probably will affectionately call it the blue bond instead of the green bond. And that's really to shore up infrastructure along the coastal communities. And that will mean a variety of different projects that have been identified within our communities to make sure that we're acting now, not after the fact. Another area that I'm working on very closely with many of my Southern colleagues and colleagues across the state is Mobile Integrated Health, which is a paramedic response program. And essentially that program is aimed at keeping our seniors and individuals with chronic conditions at home, not transporting them to the hospital, and providing really an extension of primary care to our communities, which we know is all very, very under stress right now. Another area that I'm working on is really around students and children, and that's really their protection. And it's related to social media bans, as well as chatbots and the intrusion of AI and those types of products that are really harming our children. So I'll be working on that very closely. And generally speaking, I try and focus my efforts personally and professionally on the disability rights for people. So one area I am focused on, and I've had this bill in for 2 years, this will be my 3rd year, and that's really around if we're going to fund housing development of any sort that has public dollars to it, to make sure that those developments and those homes are built accessibly. So we are not excluding anybody from homes. We are including all people in our development. So those are top key items that I'll be focused on this year, but I have a lot of smaller items and issues I'll be working on throughout the year, but happy to hear from all of you on priorities that you have here. Look forward to hearing from you all.
Thank you. Senator Gu?
All right. Thank you, council members. So I think that was a great list of topics. I work pretty closely with all three members that are here in the House. And we often have companion bills in the Senate. So a lot of the things that the three have already talked about, I'm also working on in the Senate. The two things that I want to put up as resources are, I know the town has been talking on and off about short-term rental regulation, and I work closely with the House Rep, Lauren Carson, who chairs the Short-Term Rental Commission. And I know some towns have been moving to regulate short-term rentals, but given some lawsuits are unsure how to proceed. So I just wanted to offer any resources as I work pretty closely with Laura Carson, who is very knowledgeable about these issues. Secondly, with the climate resiliency plan that was just published is a draft, but it's a very extensive plan now that Representative Spears mentioned. Among the all the different assets, including roads, wastewater treatment, and natural assets like our buried beaches. Two assets that were called out locally were the Westerly wastewater treatment plant and the barrier beaches along the southern shore of Rhode Island, including the ones in Westerly. So those were called out for their vulnerability to weather-related events, and they were also called out for the high consequences if there were, for example, flooding events. So everything related to the green bond or the blue bond, we're trying to advocate for funding to basically prioritize resiliency and funding for these assets. And letters from the town or advocacy from the town is all something that we can use as we're presenting this up in the State House. So feel free to reach out about any of these things. And yes, would love to hear about any of your other priorities. And also wanted to note we received the resolution about the Westerly specific legislation that was around naming the town insured in liquor licenses. And so Representative, I think, Aznaro and I have put that in.
Before we go to questions, you've been a leader with the rail extension.
Yes.
Senator Gu, did you want to update that or?
So RIDOT has been working with Amtrak to prioritize the project, and they're currently planning to put in a planning grant and hopefully maybe some money for construction, but mostly planning to figure out exactly the engineering specs and whatnot to put in the mini high platforms. So that has been an intermediate step. When you look at Kingston Station, they first had the mini high platforms and then the full length high level platforms. So the mini high platforms allow for level boarding for one car, not the entire stretch of the platform. And we've also had good discussions with the our Connecticut transportation chairs about trying to extend Shoreline East, which the high level platforms would allow for. But the high level platforms would also allow for Amtrak to stop more frequently and for people to get on and off the train more easily.
Very good. Thank you. Councilor Peter?
Okay, I guess I'll start with Representative Spears and go this way and circle back and end with Sam. How's that? Ms. Spears, nothing for you. Mrs. Gu, Ms. Gu? Short-term rentals, I'm glad you mentioned that. I think the best short-term rental ordinance was written by someone in Westerly about 2 years ago. It hasn't passed yet. This should be a Democrat issue. All right, it shouldn't be, I mean, I try to champion as a Republican. This is the biggest Democrat issue out there. Nothing could help housing in this state more than that. And it's a serious issue on all coastal communities. And I'm glad that you're addressing that. I wish you guys would kick that into high gear before it's too late, because we're gonna get to the point where the cat's out of the bag, to the point where we can't solve it. So I hope that it becomes the top priority. And like I said, it's the biggest, should be the biggest Democrat issue out there. Mr. Kennedy, you said something that I was surprised at. It's the first I've heard it. I don't know how I missed this in my line of work. Did you say we're gonna be going to 8.99%, a millionaire tax in Rhode Island?
That is what the governor is proposing.
Okay,
So as of right now, that is up for discussion. I think there are other competing bills. I don't know if Tina, if the progressives have introduced other legislation that's alternative to it, but this is the governor's proposal that he placed in his budget.
it's very interesting. I know right now, I could give you a little background. It's 5.99%, so it's quite a jump. And that 5.99% kicks in, I don't have a chart in front of me, but I'd say about a couple $100,000 for income. This is something I want to say that New Jersey does something similar to this. They jump it up at $1 million. I know New York has a millionaire tax, but I think it's a lot higher. And I think it's the reason a lot of New York and New Jersey people are coming to Rhode Island. They probably want to get away from that. Maybe this will send them back. I don't know. We'll see how it works out. But it was very interesting to hear that. And I'd like to follow, I'm going to follow that and see how that turns out. Mr. Azanaro, as you know, I tried to call you a week ago. I wanted to talk to you, and this is as good as place as any, and I promise I'll be brief, about, I believe it's Legislative Act H7007. Are you familiar with that? I think you sponsored it. It's to do with the military and disabled voter mail-in ballots. Are you familiar with what I'm speaking about? It's H7007, H7007.
7,007.
Yes.
That allows for,
It
mail-in
allows,
ballots.
it allows for mail-in ballots, and it defines who can get a mail-in ballot. A lot of it I like, military, of course, disabled voters. But I like to just add my 2 cents in. You got that? I'll let you look at it real quick.
Yeah, it's just what. Brian put it in, yeah. It says this act would allow disabled and military voters to continue to utilize electronically transmitted ballots as originally enacted in 2022.
Yes, it was, we wanted to get everybody to mail in vote during COVID, and wonderful that they did that. But this is my issue with it, with this particular legislative act that you put together here. The definition of and it's, I agree that a true disabled person should have the right to have a mail-in ballot. I totally agree with that. I'm glad that this has been addressed. But the language in this legislative act fails to accurately define what a disabled voter is. It just says anyone that has a illness, mental or physical disability, blindness, or serious impairment, with no legal definition of it. And the only way the only way you have to verify it is to just attest to it yourself. Now, I'm going to just give a few examples of how this compares to every other law in the country and in the state of Rhode Island. On a federal tax return, if you want to take a standard deduction, an extra standard deduction for blindness, it's $2,000, I believe, if you're a head of household or single, and it's $1,600 if you're married. And the federal government will pay you extra money if you are in fact blind. However, you have to be legally blind. You have to have eyesight of 20/200 or worse. Otherwise, anyone could just say, yeah, I'm blind, I want my extra $400 or $500. And I use this example. These are cheaters. Without them, I can't read my paper, okay? So here it is, I'm reading, I'm blind. Now, when you are in your particular legislative act, that's all you would have to do. You could just attest to it, and you could get a mail-in ballot. So I don't understand how it would be so different from what the federal government requires. Now, go ahead. I want to go ahead. I want to add one more thing. This is the federal government, and you'll say, well, we live in the state of Rhode Island. We don't care what the federal government says. We have sanctuary cities, whatever. It doesn't matter what the federal government says. We're going to do what we want to do, and we're going to make our own rules and our own laws. Here's where it conflicts with Rhode Island law. Okay, there's a tax return called, the Rhode Island Division of Taxation puts out a form called a Rhode Island 1040H, which gives you a property tax relief credit if you're disabled. And they will pay you money. If you're disabled, they will give you part of your credit for your property taxes back or rent up to $650. This legislation is in your very building. It's the Rhode Island Division of Taxation. This is how they determine it. And for the Rhode Island Division of Taxation to determine if you're disabled, it's a very clear law. And I have it written down somewhere over here. No. I do want to summarize. If you're disabled in Rhode Island, it means, the Rhode Island Division of Taxation says it means you are receiving Social Security disability benefits. However, in your legislative act, that's not a requirement. All you have to do is attest that you're disabled.
Let me just clear something up. It's not my legislation. I signed on to the bill, but I did not present the bill. It was presented by another representative. So.
I'm sorry, I saw your name on it. I didn't realize that. Okay.
Is
All
on
right.
the bill. I agree. This is because it was for veterans. I read the bill, it's for veterans for that are disabled.
And I agree with the veteran part of it. I love that part of it, Mr. Azanaro. I just think that we have to do a better job with our legislation. I mean, I understand that we want to make mail-in ballots easier, but at what cost? I mean, we have to at least try to follow the law. In fact, we have to try to follow our own laws in the state of Rhode Island. We can't have our Division of Taxation defining it one way and the mail-in ballots defining it another way. We're going against our own rules here. So I would hope that they just did a better job of cleaning this up. And if you could pass it along, and when you go, I don't know when this is going to take its final vote, but it is very disappointing.
All right, why don't we let them continue, Councilor Petrie? I think your point is well made.
Chris, I mean,
It's an individual point that you're making.
no,
I don't know if it affects.
it affects
council.
it affects everybody in Rhode Island.
Sure. Anyone
Well,
else that would like to talk?
How many mail-in ballots did you get last year, Chris? How many mail-in ballot votes did you get last year?
Councilor Salaba?
Oh, I didn't know I was getting cut off.
Thank,
Okay.
thank you all for coming. My question is more for Representative Spears and actually Senator Gu with regards to short-term rentals. Representative Spears, you know, I've reached out to you in emails and the town manager has said Zoom meetings are not able. And you know, Senator Gu, I didn't know that you're actually working on that as well with Lauren Carson because I've been in touch with her as well. And both Representative Kennedy and Azanaro know about the situation of contacting all of you regarding short-term rentals. If we can figure out a time that could be possible to come back and speak to us about what's going on at the state level so we can move forward here in what's been proposed here, you know, that I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, apologies for not securing a time and a date. I have been in close conversations with Representative Carson. She lives at the complete opposite end of the state, so to come down here is difficult. Happy to discuss it, and that really kind of goes to the previous chair, previous councilman's point. I wasn't sure what the concern was around short-term rentals. That's been something that Senator Gu and I worked really hard at preserving when we extended the ADU bill to make sure that they were not being allowed to be built for the purposes of Airbnb. But what I'm not clear on is what necessarily this council is looking for legislation for monitoring. I don't understand it yet. So if you could give us some insight as to what your position is and some of the things that you might ask that might help us kind of craft. There are multiple legislators in our chamber that are working on different types of legislation. I think that we're at great threat that there would be too many Airbnbs here as opposed to single family homes and dwellings. So I'd love to hear from the committee as to what some of the priorities they have are.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Healy?
I'll just start off with answering your question, if that's okay. There are the one that Councilor LaPietro was talking about that he introduced 2 years ago puts a line in the sand at Shore Road. Anything south of Shore Road would not be affected, but anything north of Shore Road would have an impact. I, on the other hand, am straight across the board. I'm pretty sure what I want is not legal. So I would like to just put a cap on it and be done with it for a little bit. But but I'm pretty sure the Constitution is against me on that one. So we definitely want something done. We are a little bit disconnected on the council in some ways, but I think once it comes down to it, I think we can get the majority on really getting something done. I know the complete opposite end of Westerly, so I'm in Bradford, very residential, woodsy. The Woody Hill area is now booming with Airbnbs. So I have them on my road, and there's a lot of different things that go into it when you get down to the ocean and the cottages, and there's decades of memories and blah blah blah. I personally see that whole area as a vacation area, yes, but then what? That's a good 90 days. Awesome. Really happy for you guys. I want to see what happens after that. I'd love to see maybe an incentive. If they do short-term rentals during the summer, what will give you an incentive to do actual housing? But then again, that's still not year-round. It's still rental. So there's a lot of little pieces that I'm not 100% sure on, but I do know that I want to work on it, and I think Councilor LaPetra I'm going to invite you into maybe like a little meeting.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, please.
So are you looking for a limit?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And there are, and I'll let Senator Gu go next. There are other places around the country that have put density requirements, and that is done through local ordinances, so you can do it. So I don't think that that's unconstitutional, but I don't know all the ins and outs of it, but I know other states have.
Okay.
So I had a conversation with Representative Carson about the lawsuits and how they're playing out. And the decision so far seems to be that you can do it through zoning. And that is the only thing we're relatively certain about. There is a provision of state laws that seems to say that towns cannot regulate short-term rentals. And that is something that I have also introduced legislation to remove so that the towns can do that. That did not pass. So I will say the speaker right now, or in the past few years, is not shown a interest in legislating while the lawsuits are playing out. He thinks that the lawsuits should play out before they legislate. I disagree with that, but I just wanted to let you know what's happening.
That's the advice I was given too, and
Yeah.
I also disagree with that.
Mhm.
The only other question I have is we got a resolution from the town of Burrville, and it is mentioning that primary election after Labor Day, it doesn't line up properly, so they're reopening their town offices the Tuesday after Labor Day for election operations. And I wanted to know if this was something that had been brought up at the state level to see, is this something that we can have as a blanket so everybody has their opportunity to vote?
So the answer is yes. Legislation has been introduced. The primary is going to be held on a different date this year. All the other dates will also be realigned. Even there are plans going into effect now based on the legislation that has been introduced in the State Government and Elections Committee that would require even a change in how delegates are chosen for the various national conventions. It's going to be the number, I think, has been 150. That's going to be reduced down to 50 because there's such a small number of days that you have to go out and gather your signatures to do so. And then even the national convention dates, the date that Rhode Island will participate in will be a regional Super Tuesday of New England states because of the fact that we're holding our presidential primary about 7 to 8 weeks after all the other New England states. So now we're going to go with making a change to that, and it'll become a Super Tuesday for New England states specifically. I did look up Council in La Pietra's question regarding 7007. That bill passed as amended in the House last Thursday on the 5th and is now in the Senate Judiciary Committee as of February the 6th. So that would be the area that you would have to now reach out to the Senate Judiciary Committee. I don't know if, are you on Judiciary? No. So I don't know who sits on that committee.
Do I have the amended version in front? Is that what was put in our packet, the amended version that passed?
That was the amended.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
And one more question, I apologize. Are any of you guys on any boards or involved with HUD?
With who?
None of you, okay. If you can send somebody that you guys trust my way, we have some conversation going around our housing authority. You know, as most things, you have people that love it, you have people that hate it. And I just kind of want to make sure that we're going about it the right way and make sure that we're doing the best that we can for those residents that are reaching out to us. And again, you know, today in our agenda, we have, I believe it was either 6 or 7 letters in about how happy they are at their residence. And then on the opposite end, when I attend meetings, there's that many plus that are the opposite and they're not happy. So obviously with everything we all know, when we get people coming to us, it's either they love it or they hate it. And that's, you know, I don't want to take too big of a side, but I will say that the concerns currently outweigh the positives for me personally. So I think all of us as a whole, we've all kind of talked about it, and I think some additional support would be good.
Thank you. Next.
Can you just clarify? I'm not sure what you're referencing. Is there a specific issue, a development, or a problem?
Yes, so we have 2 housing authorities here. Without going too
Get
deep.
to all the details. so-
Yeah, we have, like I said, we have both sides kind of coming to us. One side saying that the management is not up to par and they feel unheard and left behind. There are some safety concerns that were brought to my attention, such as disabled being put on the 2nd floor, requesting to be on the 1st floor, but then getting bumped out and getting a new resident on the 1st floor. So now there's no elevators. That's just one small example. But I can certainly get into it on a deeper level. Myself, Councilor Schlaba, helped me in one of the meetings. Councilor Vandover is very tuned into it as well. So we'd be able to get you there.
Thank you. Counselor Niemeyer?
Can I just, I believe HUD is a federal institution, so to speak. And I think it would behoove you to try to get in touch with Senator Reed, Senator Whitehouse, Congressman Magazino, and see if you can get some help from HUD on that
Thank you.
aspect.
Thank you, Representative Azanero. Counselor Niemeyer, you?
Well, thank you all for coming tonight. Speaker Pro Tem, thank you for laying out the proposed budget. There was a lot to like in there. I was particularly happy to hear about a child care tax credit. If you have any more information about that, I'd love to learn a little bit more. Rep Azanero, I was really happy to hear about your gap semester transition bill. That's very interesting. I went through kind of a similar maneuver when I was going through college. It cost me a bit more than it sounds like it would cost people moving forward. So it's great to hear that that gap is being plugged. Rep Spears, I'm really interested in your social media bill in relation to children. Do you want to tell us a little bit more about that? Maybe how it would work? Is there an age verification element, for instance?
Sure. Yeah. It's a bit controversial. And it is modeled after the Australia ban, which is, yes, a parental requirement for age identification. Currently, as written in previous years, it was 18 and below. This version will likely be 16. Not quite sure if we'll do the parental consent or a straight outright ban. Obviously, the social media giants are adamantly opposed to it. suggest it's a First Amendment issue. I suggest it's a child safety issue. We limit cigarettes, alcohol, require them to have a license at a certain age. This is no different in my mind.
It is designed to have an addictive quality to it, which can be very damaging to a developing brain. So I am interested to learn more about that as it goes through.
Yeah, I'd encourage you to come. We'll have the hearing. I will be seeking as much support as possible from parents, schools, teachers, and anybody who's in behavioral health who knows what a risk this is for our youth.
Fantastic. Senator Gu, thank you for offering to help with the short-term rental element. To me, it is a bipartisan issue. It's very evident the impact it's having on the South County and our coastal communities. So any help you could offer us, including putting us in contact with Rep. Carson, would be greatly appreciated. If I could encourage all four of you to look at anything in particular that wasn't mentioned tonight, it would be the Medicaid reimbursement rates. You know, we are lagging behind our peers in the region. We had a cancer center here in Westerly, Smilo Cancer Center. We lost it, and the low reimbursement rates of Rhode Island were noted as one of the driving forces in the loss of that institution. Our Economic Development Commission has informally begun flagging our low Medicaid reimbursement rates as a factor in us losing businesses here. We're a border town. It's very easy to send a medical facility, you know, so many of the services that my family depends on, more and more, we're having to go over into Connecticut to get them. Connecticut's at 71% of Medicare payments. Massachusetts at 68%. The national average is 71%, right about where Connecticut is, and we're down there at 57%. It's become something that's, I mean, Rep. Spears, I know that you know that very well. I remember a few years ago, you fought very hard to increase Medicaid reimbursement rates for early intervention, which is a program my daughter was going through at the time, and I really appreciate you doing that. But it is something that I think we need more across the board. But altogether, thank you all for everything you do.
So in the 2025 budget year, which took effect 2026, the Speaker, as well as the Senate President, as well as the Governor, all agreed that we did have a major shortfall in place. It was forcing providers to move across the border. Many of the procedures that should have been done in Rhode Island were being done at medical centers in Seekonk, in the Attleboroughs, in Mystic, in New London. So one of the initiatives that was put forth was raising the Medicaid reimbursement rate. We invested $163.9 million. 3.8 million of that went to early intervention providers for infant and toddler development services. 10 million was redirected from unspent federal COVID funds, and that went directly to the nursing homes. DCYF providers, 30.6 million went for providers contracted by the Department of Children, Youth, and Families. And further, when we looked at this, we recognized that specifically for primary care doctors, and we had such a major flux in the marketplace last year where people were struggling to find new providers. So we increased the rates to align with Medicare as of October 1st of 2025. So we see the issues and we're trying to address it as expeditiously as we can in order to try to bring those reimbursement levels to a point where medical care providers will want to stay and in the state of Rhode Island. I think Senator Gu can probably also address the fact that there was a study commission that was in the Senate to look at perhaps creating a new medical school here in Rhode Island at the University of Rhode Island. So I don't know if you have any additional information on that as far as what we need.
Well, yes, the commission is wrapped up and submitted its recommendation, and that included basically a step-by-step or year-by-year process of how it might play out and what the investment would be. I think it's healthcare is a priority in the Senate generally, as well as education. And we know that a lot of the primary care providers, the physicians especially, they're older, in their 50s and 60s. So, we're looking at a lot of retirements in the next 5-10 years. So the medical school would be more like a short, short, medium-term solution where it would start out with about a 5-year plan. And by the 5th year, you would enroll your first medical students at URI. I will also, and then, 5 years down the line or whatnot, we would have a pipeline of students who are matriculating each year. And it would be a community-based medical program. So focusing on students that want to do primary care and do community-based care. We don't know exactly how much we're going to fund it yet because we still have to go through all the budget process.
Yeah, and I just wanted to add, there's a lot in this space, in the healthcare space. So Speaker Pro Tem just mentioned the rural health grant. We got 156 million from the federal government for the rural health grant, and Westerly is slated for a rural health community. So there are the majority of, they just defined it, it just came out today, who qualifies, which towns will be prioritized for funding and programming. And that mobile integrated health program that I mentioned, that part, your town partners with Charlestown and I believe South Kingstown on that program. So that is built into that grant. So that's going to be an opportunity, as well as federally qualified health centers, primary care. There's a real opportunity here for our smaller communities to get some significant dollars and have real impact. In addition to, and I'll just wrap it up because this is get really dry real fast, is what the speaker just talked about related to the rates that we invested in years ago. When we did that as a General Assembly, we also codified in state law what is required on a biannual basis. So this year, the governor put in about half of what a rate review process deemed as the necessary investment. There will be legislation to fully fund it that the General Assembly, I'm hopeful, will follow suit with what we did 2 years ago and invest again. But essentially, our towns and our communities broadly need to understand that every Medicaid dollar that we invest as a state, we bring in a federal dollar, and that's how we actually pay our providers across the entire system. It's an investment. It's less of an expense in my mind. It's more of an investment in our community. So I'll leave it at that.
Well, thank you. And I appreciate all this information, and I appreciate the focus that the General Assembly has had on addressing this issue. And I do hope that you mentioned it's been half funded so far, this next increase. I do hope it becomes fully funded. And I know that there's 4 strong advocates for that here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Aiello.
Thanks for being here. Brian, I think I need to talk to whoever does your hair. I don't know, we're the same age and I've got a lot of white hair. We go back quite a few years. A few things. First, this will be my last time sitting here with you as part of the town council. I'm term limited again, and not sure if I'll run again. So thank you. It's great seeing you. And I know you all are doing a lot of good work. And I would have done a little more preparation email wise, but I had some technology issues. My cell phone completely died last week, locked me out of everything. No emails, phone numbers, anything. My internet died today. My home phone died today. So I'm using an old flip phone, voice only. It's my only means of communication at this point. So hopefully that's going to be fixed shortly. The short-term rentals, just a quick thing. Our solicitor stays on top of that pretty good too. So my suggestion would be that to reach out to him, the town manager, to make sure that if we do have a council discussion, that it can be as productive as possible, not just a bunch of things thrown out in the idea. So that would be my recommendation. And the mobile integrated health program, that sounds fabulous. I'm a full-time caregiver and interested in that. And I don't leave house without, I don't typically leave home without somebody there in my place. So, and I think keeping people in their homes is wise and financially better than, I mean, emergency room visits alone. I think a lot of us know what those costs are. So, I love that idea. I'll just touch on the health insurance. Yeah, and we all know it. Deductibles increase, co-pays, they can increase throughout the year, especially for pharmacy stuff, and with the reduction of services or benefits. So things are going up and people are getting less. Yeah, I know people who spend thousands of dollars a month on medication. I just dropped a couple $100 the other day on one 30-day supply. So it's tough. One of the biggest things we're talking about tonight is the $85 million bond for our sewer plant upgrades. It is, I'm not sure I can publicly say what that feels like when we've gotten a couple $100 million, or a couple million rather, not a couple hundred. I wish we had that. I don't know if it's been signed into law yet, but at least the federal delegations said they've secured a couple of million for us. That'll help a couple of years of interest, but it's not really going to touch the principal. So I'm not sure if the state is able to help with this, and these are requirements. We have to get the levels within certain limits, apparently being driven by DEM and EPA, but would be mandated, as other communities are, by DEM to institute these changes. We have a pretty good tax base, but for $85 million, and the money, most of it, I mean, 50% will be shared by everybody in town. And the other 50% should normally be borne by the sewer district, people in the sewer district, about a third of the town. But that's a pretty big price tag. How can we expect people to pay an extra $1,000 or whatever? We're going to go over the numbers. Already being outside the district, I have to plan for about $100 a month between pumping the tank and replacement of the tank, or maintenance of the tank or the leach field. So that's what we have to plan for already, on top of paying 50% for a sewer plant upgrade, which most of us have no benefit from, but we're chipping in. So how do we expect the sewer district to fork up 40 million plus on their own? And these people, if they have an income of over $1 million a year, maybe they can afford that. But as you know, a lot of folks don't have that. Majority of people don't make that kind of money. So I don't know if there's anything at the state that can put pressure on people, or some kind of assistance, something from somewhere. But that, and I heard Warwick is even a couple $100 million, and other communities are having to do this. It's, and I hate these words, but it's an unfunded mandate, and it's for the sewer plant. So it's basically treating the water there that's going into the Pawcatuck River from Margin Street down to the Little Narragansett Bay, Watch Hill Cove. All right, not even our drinking water. Again, I want clean water, clean land, clean air, and all that. But there has to be some kind of reasonable approach to this, instead of hitting towns and cities with this kind of a price tag. 85 million. It's ridiculous. It's just too much. So
We will be going over that right after, further on in our agenda.
yeah, I mentioned that. And so we'll be discussing that to try and figure out how to do it. But I don't, do you have any ideas or suggestions or assistance you can provide somewhere to help with that? I think everybody would be appreciative, not just the people sitting here, but
Representative Spears, you had
everybody.
mentioned that there is resiliency money that you're,
Yes, so not long ago, I visited one of the pump stations in Westerly when they got the Rhode Island Infrastructure Bank funds. It was one of the municipal resiliency funds to do a flood wall around the pump station so that it can continue operating when there is a flood. So I would suggest any improvements that you're planning that are resiliency related, you can also talk to the infrastructure bank. They have a whole slew of different categories of funds, so they may be able to help out, even if it's not resiliency related, perhaps it's like water quality related. We can, try to connect you and see which of those funds might actually be eligible.
Yeah,
thank you.
that's where the bond is going through the Rhode Island Infrastructure Bank. But
And just to add to that, the plan that was just drafted for Resilient Brody, if this particular project is within that high incident, high critical need area, that would be, eligible if we were to pass a statewide bond. So there are ways that we as General Assembly members can support the issue. It's just whether or not that particular plant is within that zone of what we've identified as a high risk area.
okay. I'm sure the manager heard that. He's good at trying to tap into where funds are at. And then there's just a few other quick things. Hurricane evacuation route, part of Route 91 and Route 216. It's in Bradford between North Main Street and the Bradford River Bridge that goes over Pawtucket River right in front of the old BDA, Bradford Industrial Park. That was flooded in 2010, so that made that evacuation route impassable. And it wasn't the bridge wasn't underwater. There's a little dip. So it's a gradual dip, but the water came over from the river and just crossed right over the road, making it impassable. So I think in total, it's about maybe 500 feet in total with the lowest point of the dip. So if that was just basically leveled up to where the bridge is and right around North Main Street, then Brian, remember where the old Mary's restaurant was. If that was just leveled up some, then that road would still be passable in a major flood, especially since it's a hurricane evacuation route. And then I know Representative Kennedy and Arizona are well aware of the next part that I'm going to talk about. And I think Senator Gu, I talked with a little bit. And the something we've been waiting over 33 years for, over that. The former town engineer found documents going back to 1988. But it has to do with the proper repaving and the sidewalk on the part of Route 216 known as Church Street. The town funded the replacement of the south side sidewalk. So that's been done. The councils, a couple of councils have asked now that the state, and Brian knows I've been writing about this since probably 2007 myself. There was a state project back in 92, 93. Escrow money was set aside. Residents were paid for easements. Project never came to fruition. 2010, I think it was, the state came in and did that rubberized chip seal stuff, which was absolutely horrible. I'm all for trying new things, but absolutely horrible to use in residential areas or any built up areas. Maybe some access road somewhere, it's okay, but not in built up areas. That stuff was being tracked in people's yards, driveways, homes for over a year. It's just little stones that are coated and they're not good. So I think this council sent another resolution asking the state to do the north side sidewalk and to do proper repaving. Town manager was on the ball and he had them stop paving at the Westerly Charlestown border on 216 where it goes to Church Street, Ross Hill Road. They were just throwing some more asphalt over the road. Band-Aid approach. The road hasn't been properly paved in decades. Let's do it right. Put the north side sidewalk in. That's a dangerous road. There are semis that go on there, construction vehicles, large equipment, commercial vehicles up and down that road. The largest state campground is down at the end of the road. It's a throughway. And if you look at the development that's occurred in the past 50 years between Bradford, Hopkinton, Charlestown, that area, all the side streets, so that there's, the traffic is quite extensive. So I would
The
ask for
town-
any, I would ask for
Counselor-
any help.
The town will be making that point.
I would ask for any help with that. It's been ongoing for many years officially by the town council. And it's just time. It's time. Let's do it right. Thank
Point
you.
well taken. Is that all the issues or you have more?
No, there's more, but I can, once I get technology going again, I can always email and
Appreciate that.
Representative
I
Kennedy.
understand.
They've been, anybody I've emailed, Representative Kennedy has an arrow. I haven't emailed Representative Spears, but Senator Gu been very responsive, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Van Dover?
Good evening. Thank you all for coming. Appreciate it. I have a couple of questions. Senator Kennedy, you talked about buying 15 acres, 3 separate lots on Winnapog. Can they be built on? I would hope not.
No.
Okay, good.
So those are already been identified with DEM. So the federal funds have been lined up in the amount of $1.6 million in order to purchase those particular lots. And then those will be basically managed, overseen by DEM going forward, because it's all part of the wetlands that are along that Winnapog Pond area.
Beautiful. That's what I wanted to hear. I just wanted to make a statement about that millionaire tax for 8.99. I think that's kind of excessive. We're going to lose our wealthy tax base if we keep taxing them out of the state. We already have the Taylor Swift tax. How much more are you going to bleed these people for?
Well, again, keep in mind, this is what the governor has proposed in his budget. So over the next several months, at least through March, April, and May, until the revenue estimating conference takes place in the month of May, there will be hearings on every one of the budget articles, including that particular section that the governor has put forth. As my other colleagues have pointed out, there are other millionaire tax proposals that are also being put forth that may be even at a higher percentage rate than what the governor has put forth. But what I would say is, as a council member, you can send a letter to the committee. If you go on and look at the General Assembly website, when the Finance Committee proposes hearings on the specific articles of the budget, that would be your opportunity to send a letter to the Finance Committee and letting your voice be heard on your concerns about that.
Thank you. If they're going to go higher than that, we're going to lose them for sure. And I don't think that's a wise decision. So you are our voice. So I'm voicing my concerns to you. So that is just to Representative Azanero, thank you for coming. And I like this Rhode Island Promise Program on the tuition. If they skip a semester, they're allowed to possibly, take advantage of that program regardless. I know when I got out of high school, last thing I wanted to do was go back to school. So I can appreciate that. Representative Spears, thank you for your work on coastal resilience. I'm a big rights of way person. Speaking for the people in this town, we're fighting the good fight on many rights of ways. So thank you for that. And also for your programs on children and developmental for the handicapped children. Thank you for that. I have a handicapped sister myself, so if they had it their way back in the day, they would have just stuck her in a mental institution. And so I do appreciate any work you do on that. Thank you. Senator Gu, if you can scrape up any sewer plant money, that would be great. We would love you for that, truly. Also, I did want to say that I'm with Councilor LaPetra on the disability on the mail-in ballots. I'm sorry, on the mail-in ballots. It's not specific. They don't have to prove anywhere. All they got to do is check a box and say, yep, I'm disabled. I don't think that that's, from what we were reading, we were presented, Mr. Rock came and spoke to our Board of Canvassers, and that's what I got out of it. So if I'm incorrect, please.
Yeah, so I would have to look at the statute, but just so we're clear on the definition of disability in Social Security statute, the federal statute that defines it, it's very clear. So, and I would presume our Secretary of State would have to access a variety of databases to validate voters. So I have zero pause in my mind that our systems in the state of Rhode Island are not sufficient to ensure that anybody who votes in our state is a voter.
I appreciate that, because it's not a right or a left issue. It's a
Right.
voter issue. It can go either way. So it's
Yep.
to protect all of us, as I'm sure you well know.
100%. And I couldn't be more confident about the Secretary of State that we have today in our government, ensuring that we are following every single rule and testing every system that we have. And he is a historian and very astute man.
Great. I'm happy to hear that. Thank you. I have a few concerns. Our zoning regulations. The state is really stepping on our toes and trying to take away all of our ability to rule our own town. And I have a big problem with that. So again, I'm voicing my concern for my constituents in this town. We know what's best for Westerly. We live here. We're not Providence. We're not West Warwick. We are Westerly, and we want to keep Westerly ours. So I would very much appreciate a fight on this coming from your ends. This affects all of us, all of your districts and such. And if the state starts to take away our right to gauge how we have our land divvied up or what have you may here, that's a problem. Because again, we're not Providence. You cannot rule an entire state as if it were one entity. It doesn't work. And that is huge concern of mine. Also, another one, other concern is I was listening to the news, and I believe it was Senator Whitehouse proposing state-run schools. Yeah, no, that's not a good idea at all. So that might be something else you might want to look into, get more specifics. And also last, licensing for cars. I just became aware of the fact that they charge an extra $50 on your registration fee for hybrids and an extra $100 for 100% electric cars. Now, people that are buying these vehicles are doing it to become green, quote unquote, and they're getting charged extra. Can someone please explain that to me? Because I don't think that that's right, and I've got a problem with that. Thank you.
Well, I would guess that you buy an electric car, you're not going to buy gasoline. They're going to lose the revenue from buying gasoline that goes towards preparing the roads. That's probably why there is that charge. Do I agree with it? Not necessarily, but I would guess that's the reason you're not buying gasoline. So got to make up that revenue.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, but the state was going to mandate everybody to have to drive electric vehicles by X amount of time. So that's on them. The people that live in this town should not be punished for what states decide that they want to do with our cars. The day they told us we had to wear seatbelts was, I knew it was like government's in our underwear drawer. We got to stop it. So I don't appreciate, I'm less for less government, not more government. And I was listening to your presentation as well. And with all due respect, I just hear tax increase, motor vehicle, exercise tax, cigarette tax, God knows what else tax. What about cutting? When are we going to start cutting the budget? Where can we clean this up? Somewhere, there's got to be some way to clean up our budget where we just don't, it's like we're just throwing money to whatever. And I don't know, is there some kind of way we can get a committee put together where we're
I
not
think
just,
it's important when I talked about the motor vehicle excise tax, that is money that you are no longer taxing your local residents to pay. You were
oh, that's
for a
good.
period of time charging everyone who owned a motor vehicle a tax at the local level, and every town was different. What the state did was we came in and we gradually phased it out. So we assumed, even though it was never the state's responsibility to do so, the state assumed that $239 million of cost in our state budget in order to make your communities whole, so that you no longer had to give them a property tax on their automobile, but you are getting the money from the state that you used to charge for the automobiles.
So, and that's great, but it's got to be coming from somewhere.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Coming from all of the taxpayers,
Yes,
but you are no longer sending a separate bill to the locals. I mean,
right.
if you want that back, that's
No, sir.
would suddenly
I-
have $239 million to do something with.
No, sir. I would like to see some cuts. I really would, because, things are tough for a lot of people. People are losing their medical benefits and all kinds of things, and it's tough. And I would like to see, us tighten our bootstraps a little, tighten our belts. There's got to be something somewhere where we can start alleviating some of these taxes. But I do appreciate all your efforts, and thank you for taking my questions.
Thank you. Yes, thank you for coming to this town council meeting tonight and describing the hard work that you're doing. And what I'm hearing from the governor's budget is the affordability of our citizens that's being addressed. Representative Kennedy, you laid out a number of initiatives that the governor has put forward, and these are to save money for the residents, Social Security cuts. I'd love to see that. I'm getting there. Childcare cuts for our kids and the high expenses that are there.
And
Per
I'd
pupil.
like- And Chris, I forgot to even mention, he's also proposed a 2-cent decrease in the gasoline tax.
I was going, yeah, so it is moving in the right direction. The bonds that the state of Rhode Island voters normally support for housing, that is very much welcomed, especially in Westerly. We have a senior housing waiting list. So anything that you and representatives and senator can help us with the HUD Section 202 funding. We're looking to incorporate more senior housing in Westerly. That need is stark, and it's something that this council has the means to do with some of our properties, our public lands. The school per pupil funding is being raised 3.18%, you mentioned.
That's his proposal as of right now.
Yeah, so how about the overall state aid? Is that level funded this year or?
I believe, based on the fact that he's looking to increase the per pupil, then I would guess that that also affects the overall, so we would have to also increase that.
Yeah, I would hope so, because unfortunately, we are losing students. Every municipality or district rather is losing students. So if we could keep an eye on that, just to keep the same high quality of education that we enjoy in Westerly. The Other aspect of education, Representative Azanero, the Westerly Education Center, it's expanding into the new community center on Tower Street. I'm sure you had something to say about that. You started the Westerly Education Center.
Yeah, well, I was in the right place at the right time to make that happen. But they are busting at the seams. And when I talked to people that were involved initially, Chuck Royce, Tom Liguori, and so all the people, it's amazing that that place has, I believe the last number I heard was 30-some thousand people have gone through that since 2017. So it's like 9 years. And EB has gained somewhere over 3,000 people, and they've got work out for the next at least 10 years. So they are still hiring constantly at Electric Boat. And to do this project over on Tower Street to help them with their expansion of teaching with, well, not CCRI and the Wood River Health. It's just a big plus for the town of Westerly, and nothing has made me more happy to see that that was successful, because it was quite an endeavor to do. And yeah, I'm very pleased with that. They're right now, I think they're renting, CCRI is renting space other places because there's just not enough room in that building over there. But this will definitely help out. So kudos.
Yeah, very good. Thank you for that,
to
your
everybody.
efforts. The Representative Spears, the resiliency for wastewater treatment plant and Senator Gu that as well. I think we qualify from what you say. I know pumping stations, collection system to get it there, but within the most vulnerable point, right next to the river, where we are within the floodplain, we're raising all of our infrastructure above that. So there's quite an expense to address this. So I'm hoping that you can help Westerly and get whatever funds are available for this payment of this. I'm sure it's not this funding round, but this certainly in 3 years, the next funding round, we could use a lot of help. And lastly, the short-term rental is an issue for Westerly, as all the coastal towns. You asked, what do we want? Councilor Healy hit it on the head with having some control over it, limiting short-term rentals. I've heard Senator Gu say it's through zoning, so maybe any examples that you could bring to Westerly so that we could work on it. We had 2 workshops. We had a lot of more discussion to go. How is it legal? I know there's 2 court cases currently, Narragansett and Newport. The resolution of those court cases, whatever the legislature comes up with, we could help incorporate, but I think we need a lot of help in this regard. There's certainly a threat to our long-term housing. So we've touched on a number of issues. You've heard from the counselors and how invested we are in what you're doing. So we hope that you come back and bring us more updates. And thank you again for everything that you're doing.
Mr. President, I just so mentioned there was the resolution that was sent up to the State House to Senator Gu and myself, bill number 7043, for liability insurance on liquor establishments of $300,000. That will be heard and voted out of committee this Wednesday. So it'll move on, and the Senate has the bill. There was a little adjustment made to it. Makes some people happy with the adjustment. I don't know that it was actually needed, because I think in the initial law, it already said that, and they were concerned about Westerly saying it. So, but anyway, it's scheduled for consideration, which means they'll be voting out of committee Wednesday, and then it'll come to the House for a full vote. And I don't see a problem with it going through, and I don't see a problem going through the Senate. So,
Very good. Thank you.
thank you all.
Thank you, councilors, for keeping your points on succinct, so we could get through this meeting. An hour and a half we went through with the concerns. Could spend another 2 hours, couldn't we? With that complete, our next agenda item is citizens' comments. This portion of the citizens' comments is limited to agenda items only. A sign-up sheet has been given. Each citizen can come to the podium and speak for 5 minutes. Please ask that you mention your name and address. First on the agenda, on the sign-up is former Councilor John Gagne. He's not ready? All right, let's. How about Mr. Devine? Maurice Devine, would you like to come forward? Okay. You wear so many hats, John.
John Gagne, 6 Narragansett Avenue. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. And tonight, your biggest item, and I watched it last week, is sewers. And I've only been on 4, possibly 5 tours of the sewer plant, sometimes as counselors, sometimes on the planning board. I just went there the other day just to see what else was going on. First of all, the standards that we operate under today are 3.3 million gallons discharge. Could be absolutely pure, clean water. Wouldn't matter. 3.3 million gallons is all that can come out of that plant. When we get done with the upgrades, it will be 3.3 million gallons. But under the old standards, it was 15 parts per million is what we could discharge. And our plant's been operating pretty efficiently and staying below that level. But the new standards are different. 5 parts per million. And it's much, much lower. Why? Because way back in the day, Dave Prescott from Save the Bay, who was our coastkeeper, kept coming in here and saying, there's black mayonnaise in the bottom. So although you were in the standards, it didn't really, we're still polluting the river. We're still polluting the river. And what that black mayonnaise was area where the plankton blew so much that it choked off the oxygen. So if a fish swam into it, it died. And it made less eelgrass, less fish. It's an environmentally, we're negatively impacting the river. That's what you do when you put a sewer plant, any sewer plant. Didn't matter who put the sewer plant there. It wouldn't be good. The other thing is we had a level of 400 pounds, and that was a monthly average that you could put into the river, per gallon. I don't know. I'm not a scientist, but we're working off of it. I get some help from some guys that studied science. Guys like Fred Skolko is out there on the EPA site looking at our sewer plant. But the new standard's 100 to 110 pounds per month, monthly average. So that's on nitrogen. And nitrogen is the stuff that's in fertilizer. It makes your grass green. It also causes the plankton to grow, and it does not help the healthy rivers. Just doesn't do it. So there's no way around it. We gave our word. We have a consent agreement. It might not have been done by this council, but it was done by a previous council entering into, because we were effectively in violation of the Clean Water Act. So we had to do what we have to do. And they wanted us at 3 parts per million. And Chris Duhamel was involved on that council and helped to get it to the point where it's 5 parts per million. 3 parts per million was incredibly expensive. So anyways, bottom line is 85 million. A whole lot of money. Whole lot of money. And last week, now some of your counselors, I'm going to pick on Councilor Niemeyer, who's a friend and a colleague from the Charter Revision. Councilor Niemeyer is like a glass of lemonade on a hot summer day. Cool lemonade. He's very smooth, everything. My friend here, Councilor LaPetra, is like Wild Turkey 101. And he delivered Wild Turkey 101 at the last meeting, but he was spot on. it's about money, it's about dollars and how you shift it and what that sewer map locus looks like as compared to the whole town. So, couple of things. Where do you find $85 million? Well, the bond advisor is here. He was very, very knowledgeable, gave us all kinds of good information, talked about the infrastructure bank, gave you options. Here's the thing. There's a pocket of money. It's called your funds balance. And if you go on the town website, and anybody out there is out there, go on the town website, put in the search thing, financial policies, you will see one of the policies is a fund balance policy. It was instituted in 2017. I don't know if you helped us with it that time, but what we did is ask the bond advisors, what does the bond market look at when they look at communities? What's a well-managed, well-run community? And they said, well, they wanted at least 10% in reserves the subsequent year. And they also look negatively. So if you're below that, they look kind of negatively at it. And if you're above it, you are, sorry, I don't know if I've been talking for 5 minutes, but I don't think so. I think that didn't get restarted, but
Make a motion and give Mr. Gagne another minute.
But-
Despite the wild turkey comment.
Here's my question for you, and this is where I'm going with this. Under the bond policy, Westerly, the town council at that time said, we live in a vulnerable area. We should have more than 10%. So we established a policy of 15%. So 15% of this subsequent coming year's budget, we would like to see in reserve. That was the target. That was ideal. On up to 20%, when you get past 20% of the total funds, and this is what it says, the actual policy, it says, the town council considers a balance of less than 15% to be cause for discussion and prudence in future use. Barring unusual or deliberate circumstances, a balance of more than 20% is considered excessive. Now, I would ask the councilors to do this when the bond advisor comes up. Ask them to look at this policy and see if it's still a valid policy, because I believe you're well beyond that. You're well beyond 20%. So that's the good news. There's a little pocket of money. Is it $85 million? It is not. Okay? It's not. But at the end of the vote you have to take, you have to look at the sewer plant. The sewer plant is much like the school systems. Most people in town don't use the school system, but we all pay for it. And with regard to septic, every bit of septic in town runs through that sewer plant. It goes and it gets processed and it gets dried, and all the liquid material goes in and gets processed through the plant. It just doesn't happen when, like, I'm on the sewer system, on the sewer line. So when I put something down the drain, it goes there immediately. In the case of septic, it goes a little later. But you've got to realize the whole shoreline is on septic. So do we think does Taylor Swift pay for part of our school system? Their taxes? Yes, she does.
It does.
So long-term, it's just, I'm going to encourage you to go wider than not, but I appreciate your time. Validate the bond policy. If it's not good, if it needs to get adjusted, adjust it. But
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Very good. Next is Maurice Devine.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Morris Devine. I live here in Westerly. I have lived here for, I think, all but 5 or 6 years of my 62. Westerly is a great community. Council President Duhamel, Vice President Shalaba, Town Councilors, Town Manager Lacey, Solicitor Conley, Town Clerk LeBlanc, and Sergeant Falcone. Fellow citizens of Westerly, thank you for the privilege to be able to speak. I rise tonight to be able to speak with you mostly on 7A, might touch a little bit on 7B. Previous comments aside, as far as wild turkey and so forth, I might look at it as decaf and Red Bull. But when it comes to the sewer, I want to start off on a really, really high note, and possibly, Councilor Healy, I might compare you to like a margarita. The taste kind of gets everybody to go, because you had a very, very good radio spot the other day with Mr. Prosnitz. And you highlighted a lot of things, I think, in everyday layman's terms, about all the different things that were involved. And I think yourself and Mr. Garnier actually had a great conversation about alternative approaches to funding and really kind of let people know, I think, anyone that was listening, just how complex this issue can be, and not just for the next couple of years, but another couple of years beyond that as this project goes forward. Speaking of the project, $85 million. When we look at other communities that have significantly higher populations, and they're also undertaking sewer projects, Warwick, Woonsocket, a few others, and I look at the order of magnitude at what they're spending, and we're spending 200% in the case of one of them, beyond that. What are we getting for our money? We understand that we have to comply. I don't think people understand that we're not adding any capacity whatsoever. So for that $85 million, what are we getting? As President Duhamel knows, a great part of my professional experience has involved wastewater plant operations, construction from new, renovations, upgrades, maintenance operations. I've worked with Jacobs Engineering, Weston Sampson, and several others. And it's just staggering. It raises questions. What am I getting? When you buy anything, go to buy a uniform, go to buy a new car, you know what you're getting. You just don't walk out onto the lot and look at a white box with a generic CAR on the side of it and a price tag for whatever the price tag is. What are we getting for our money? How do the milestones in the master CPM of the critical path schedule marry up with the parallel funding for the first phase and into the second phase? So no doubt that we need to do something. And Mr. Garnier very, very ably talked about what's going on at the plant and what we need to do to help be able to recover our water resource. But it is a huge issue. And I think everybody would probably get behind it if they understood what the drivers were as to why the cost was $85 million. I have worked in the plant on Margin Street. I have been in 3 of the pump stations: Oak Street, Beach Street near Sosua, and the north end of town. There are some people in town that don't even know that you have a pump station on Oak Street. And over time, the conditions on them have improved, and that's been great. The order of magnitude, is it just the plant? Is it outlying utilities and pump stations? Does the project's cost include someone who is going to be looking out for the interests of the town of Westerly in the form of a owner's representative? Please don't say it's going to be the town engineer. It's already got enough on his plate to keep up with, never mind that kind of an operation. Please don't say DEM is going to be doing that, because the only interest that DEM is looking out for is DEM. Who has the best interests for the people and the citizens of Westerly at heart? And I think we might, it sounds a little mercenary, but we might actually have to hire somebody. And I would hope that maybe that cost is in there, or can that cost be amended? Because in the long run, I think an educated person that understands the operations, understands what has to go on at the plant, how to bring them together efficiently, will pay for itself in the long run. Thank you very, very much for your time. Have a good evening.
Thank you. That concludes the sign-up sheet. If there's anybody in the audience that would like to speak, please come forward. Seeing none, we'll move on to council's response. If any councilors like to respond to the two. Councilor Wild Turkey, do you want to start?
All right, I'll start then. John, you're right about a lot of things, but this is something that's going to help the whole town. At the end of the day, it's not just about the sewer district. It's about a clean river. It's about cleaning our river, which everybody can enjoy. I mean, obviously, the brunt of the expense is going to go to the sewer district, but everybody has to, in order to make it work, it's $85 million. We can't price one part of our town, out of town, so to speak. And if we tried to throw this whole price tag on the sewer district, it could change lives. So we do have to find a way to mitigate the cost for them and spread it out a little bit. I do like the idea of, looking at a fund balance, and we talked about that. I don't know that we have quite as much as available as you think. We want to keep at least 18% for our bond rating. And I believe because we're self-insured, we want to keep another 5 million or so for, back in reserves for health insurance. But I believe, the town manager kind of gave me a number that we probably could throw about 4 million of our fund balance on this. I don't know if that's the way we're going to go, but it's a possibility. And obviously that would save us also the interest too over 20 years. But I think I think the town manager's done a lot of good work on this and coming up with a scenario that it could work for, it's going to be expensive. Don't get me wrong. I mean, it's a tax. It's going to be expensive, but I think people will be able to live with it. So maybe we'll see where we go to in a little while. And I also want to say that Sarah's done a wonderful job, our financial director here, and forgot the bondsman's name, but thank you, sir, and I'll be kinder tonight, I promise. Okay, that's it.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilor Vandover?
Thank you guys for coming up. Yeah, I agree. We talked about, amongst Dylan and I, 4 million surplus we could possibly use for this. I'm curious as to how much is in the sewer fund, and I'm gonna, leave the numbers to the professionals, but, we did come up with 3 options that we're gonna go over. If you stick around and listen for them, that'd be great. And we'll take it from there. It's obviously something we have no choice. We have to do. So unfortunately, state mandate kind of hung a noose around our neck on this one. And the lack of prior town councils not putting money aside for a project that was coming down the pike, I don't quite understand. However, I wasn't there, I don't know, but we'll figure something out. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilor Niemeyer?
Thank you both for speaking. John, I can see you smiling. I cannot think of a drink for you yet, but I'll come up with one. And I do think that you've been behind the scenes sort of poking us in a direction I think was a better direction. And tonight there's a scenario we're going to consider that I think is better than the one we were considering before. I really like it. So I do think we owe you a bit of thanks for that. Mr. Devine, I think you correctly noted the difficulty in communicating some of this to the public, and perhaps we haven't done enough to do so. So that is another effort we could be making as we go through this. But thank you both for speaking.
Anyone else like to speak? Councilor Aiello?
Thank you. Well, thanks for the 2 speakers. And always a pleasure. Yeah, I agree that, and I'm not even sure I'm ready to vote for this tonight. I may be ready to have another meeting on this. One, so we can go over all the numbers and other material that we're presented with tonight, and so that the public can better understand this too, so that they're not shocked when they see the price tag for this thing and how much each person pays, whether you're inside or outside the district. And I'm just going to make a couple of corrections. The sewer plant is not like the schools, nothing like the schools. Any household in the town of Westerly who has children can utilize the schools, has a right to utilize the schools, no matter where you live. That's an inherent right. Besides that, state law requires us to fund the schools through property taxes. So anybody is eligible to use the schools. So correction 1. And this isn't for the betterment of the entire town. It's for the sewer district, the people who use the public sewer system. Yes, it'll help the river between Margin Street and Watch Hill. That doesn't affect the entire town. So let's keep that straight. And I'm really tired of people saying, oh, force it on everybody, force it. No. Let's try and come up with something that's fair and reasonable for everybody without bankrupting people. First and foremost, I think this is absolutely insane that DEM is forcing all the communities to do this like this, at this price tag, without any financial assistance. I would like to take this program and kick it right back to them and say, until you fund at least 50%, take a hike. And I just want to touch on a few things, and we're going to talk more in detail when the item comes up. But there are, and if people take the time to read state law, our charter, and our local ordinances, they'll see that it's pretty clearly defined that the sewer district pays for this. The entire town is going to pay 50%. Typically, that's what I shouldn't say is going to, we haven't decided, but typically we would pay 50% for such a price tag. So everybody's paying that. And if you're outside the sewer district, not on public sewer, and there are some areas within the geographic boundary of the public sewer system who aren't connected to it, so they have septic systems. So people on septic systems have to maintain their systems. They need to pump their systems, and the EPA recommends 3 to 5 years, and in some cases even sooner, depends on the type of system you have. For a conventional system, there are over a half a dozen different alternative systems out there. So 20 to 30,000 typically for a conventional system in today's dollars, 35, 45K roughly for a particular type of advanced system for a residential septic system outside the sewer district. So these are factors that need to be taken into account when deciding who's funding what. I don't think any one of us like the idea of this $85 million bond. But how can we potentially fund it realistically in a fair and reasonable way? And forcing it on everybody in the town, no. Let's come up with something fair and reasonable for everybody. And we'll talk in more detail about that. And there are some considerations that people have to take into account for septic systems. Some people don't pump their tanks. Well, it could end up with solids, clogging up your tank and clogging up and other debris clogging up your leach field. Or people throw additives in their septic. Some additives can be detrimental to your septic, to your leach field. So that destroys it. So there's a lot of considerations. State law also calls for an inspection and maintenance program for people outside of the public sewer system, for the on-site wastewater treatment systems. But I don't believe the town of Westerly's done that. There was a URI type program. People were going to be identifying all the septic systems throughout the town. The council approved that a couple of years back. I'm not sure where that stands, if that fell through the cracks or if somebody's still working on that at the URI. Not sure. So there are a lot of considerations, and there are costs for everybody, whether you're in a district, sewer district attached to the system, or whether you're outside a district or within this district, but you're on a septic. A lot of factors to consider, and to make it fair and reasonable, and do not tell me that everybody in town benefits from the sewer district. No. We're paying the 50%. That's the fair share. But because of the extreme cost of this, what can we come up with? Thank you.
Councilor Shalaba?
I just want to thank you guys for coming to speak. I think when we get into the discussion on this, you'll see that I think the town manager came up with a good few different scenarios that we can have a good discussion on. But the biggest issue with this sewer is it's been dragging on for some time. And because it's been dragging on, the cost has been increasing, and we can't really afford it to keep dragging on, because then the cost is just going to get worse and worse. So I look forward to having the discussion. I thank you for speaking.
Thank you. Councilor Healy?
Thank you both for coming and speaking. I don't want to, when it comes to the item, there's going to be a lot of back and forth, so I just want to put it out there. I agree with a lot of things that Counselor Aiello said. In layman's terms, this sucks. It sucks for every single resident and that lives in this town. Sometimes I wonder if the upper administration didn't cut a lot of the grants and funding, how much of this actually could have been covered if that support was there. But I agree. I wish that we could say, oh, this is what you're getting for your money. You're getting more than 3.3 million gallons. We can take more in. And we can't. And we can't say that without putting a lot more numbers in that quote. So I, since day one, I haven't loved this. Since day one, I wished we were getting more, being able to take in more. I actually learned while being up here that the septic users are the majority in town. That was actually new information to me last year. Really naively didn't even consider it. And that makes it really hard when it comes to those folks having to take care of their leach fields and their systems, their septic systems. It's very difficult. And the argument is always, well, we all go shopping in town, we all go using the infrastructure. In most towns, sewer is infrastructure. It's in their budget as that. So I know we are very unique here in Westerly in a lot of different ways, but I really just want to reiterate, we've heard from every single person up here on multiple occasions, and not once has anybody up here said, thank God we're doing this. This is going to be great. We all agree on something, and that is this really is hard, and it's going to be a surprise whether we pass it today, if we pass it in a week, if we pass it in a month. It is going to be a surprise to a lot of people that don't log in and key into these kinds of conversations. So it does land on us to tell our constituents and make sure everybody is up to date, and it's up on you guys of talking to your neighbors and keeping the community whole. But I mean, I agree with you guys. I really do. I don't think that there is a 100% foolproof way to get this done to make everybody happy. Everybody is going to feel this in one way or another. I do really appreciate the work that our town manager did on very short time coming up with different options for us. One surprisingly very progressive, and I'm excited to talk about it in the near future. So thank you guys for coming out. Thank you for comparing me to a martini. Once you get past that, I'm pretty good. It's pretty good. So just have to get past the, oh, she's terrible phase. All right. Oh,
It was sweeter than that
Ooh,
martini,
sweet.
margarita.
Yeah. So I guess I'd be. a
Take all the
salt girl.
credit, Alex.
Take all the credit.
I think everyone has spoken. I just want to address some of the things. We're here because we're mandated to be here. We have a consent agreement with the DEM, as Mr. Gagne has stated. The reason why, my opinion, the reason why we're at this high level, this 85 million, is we're starting with a wastewater treatment plant that has 1960s technology, and we're bringing it up to the 2026 and beyond 2050 technology. This plant wasn't expanded to treat nitrogen in the past. It was through media that was put within the primary settling tanks that allowed for denitrification. The levels of pollution that we were allowed to put into the Pawcatuck River, 15 milligrams per liter, doesn't resonate with anyone, but it would now have to go a third below that. And what that means is a lot more tanks, a lot more treatment, a lot more holding time. So it's a lot more money. And if and then you compile that with, we're in the floodplain, we have to pick everything up above the floodplain. So there's all that expense as well. The plants that you see in Warwick, in 2010 that flooded out, they had to upgrade at that time. We didn't. We survived. We survived the 2010 floods. So this is a compounded of a long time of not keeping up with what the technology is. DM did give us a break. They are requiring more treatment from other districts. Narragansett Bay comes to mind, all Providence, Cranston, Lincoln, all that whole metropolis. They have a lot more treatment that they have to make other than what Westerly is being asked to do. So it's something that we have to go through. How do you pay for it? This is why we're here tonight. I thank the counselors for the input to the manager, through the manager, these three options that we can discuss tonight and come through. Councilor Petrie, you were very all over this subject, so I think it's you're helping the town with this analysis. So that's why we're here tonight. That's why we're here to look at paying. We have Monday, the 23rd, where we're going to the Rhode Island Infrastructure Bank. So we really have to make a decision. The council has to make a decision tonight. If there's significant questions, we can have additional meetings if we have to between now and the 23rd. But this is a point where we can really evaluate everything, what the payment options are. The treatment options are already there. They're already out to bid. There's nothing that we can do. We've tried through the last 5 years working with Jacobs to have the least amount of expense. And the town manager, to his credit, has saved, I don't know, $10 million with a berm that they wanted to put around and isolate the treatment plant with a dike. So there's been hard work that's been done by the town manager and by our consultant. So we're here tonight to see how to pay for it. With that said, we'll get to it in a second, but we have a couple of other business on the agenda. Item 5A, consent calendar, approval of minutes. There are non-fiscal matters. Item 5B1, resolution authorizing the waiver of penalty for late payments, $215.07. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve?
Motion made and seconded by Councilor Shalaba. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution passes. 5C, resignations and appointments. I'll give it to our new chair of the Appointments Committee, Councilor Healy.
For the Economic Development Commission, the Appointments Subcommittee brings forward Ken Julian for reappointment.
There's no second required, I believe.
No.
So all in favor of Ken Julian?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Julian.
For the Planning Board Auxiliary seat, we bring forward Jeffrey Russo.
I'm going to recuse from this appointment.
Do you want me to do a panel? Oh,
Oh.
sorry.
Councilor Shalaba.
I can, does anybody have any discussion or anything on the planning board? I actually do. I just want to say I'm new on the board and I appreciate what the old board did and I appreciate what the current board did. And only because I did not get to interview the person and looking at their paperwork, I'm not going to vote for that person because I also feel, just looking at the paperwork, that there's somebody else that's more qualified for the position. And that's all I'm going to say.
Can I?
Yes, go ahead. Will.
Okay. The candidate is Mr. Russo, and I did interview him as well as Counselor Niemeyer, and I just want to put out a few of the reasons why I believe he should be moved forward. He has experience. He's been on the zoning board for 5 years. He's familiar with all the current projects going on in this town. He knows the procedures of how a board operates. We don't have to teach him that. He's a retired builder who has no projects going on, so he has the time to do his homework on the planning board. I think he has the most qualifications of anyone that we have on our list. And again, he already knows what's going on in the town. He's already on the zoning board, or was on the zoning board. knowing everything, what the planning board is doing. So I definitely am a definite yes for Mr. Russo.
I saw the list of names, and even though I disagreed with it as much as possible on the Potter Hill Dam situation, Jen Britton wants it. Jen Britton should have it. She's more involved in this town than anyone on that list, and it's not even close. She's more involved in this town than every other person on that list put together. So I would vote for Jen or Mrs. Britton. Well, I don't care if you bring brought forward or not. That's how I'm gonna. If it comes to me, that's how I'm gonna vote. I'm sure Mr. Russo is a very qualified person, but Jen's a name I know.
Anyone else want to say anything? Mr. Niemeyer?
Sure. I mean, Mr. Russo is the name that's being brought forward tonight. I'll hold, my interview with him in consideration. I thought he was a very strong candidate. I also agree that Jen Britton is a very strong candidate, and the next time there's a vacancy, I would love to see her name come forward. Tonight, we're voting on Mr. Russo, but yeah, absolutely 100% Jen.
Anyone else? Want to take a poll vote? Want to start with you, Rose, for Mr. Russo?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
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 And I vote no. Okay, it passes. Yeah, they all said. Thank you. And go ahead, Chris.
Counselor Healy.
Thank you. For the Board of Finance, the subcommittee brings forward Mr. Christopher Stanton.
Christopher Stanton for Board of Finance. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Stanton.
And then just on a quick personal privilege, we do have a lot of openings. We need applicants. We need you guys, tell your friends, tell your neighbors. We need people. So the last couple quarters of wood, we do not have any applicants. Board of Assessment Review, we will be holding interview next week. And Municipal Land Trust, we have no applications. I know a lot of people don't stay till the end or listen to the end or read the last page of the agenda. But the last page of the agenda has a very long list of boards and committees that are open, and we would love to have you. I promise you the interview is 10 minutes and we're not scary. It's more of a get to know you, and we'll see you at Stop and Shop and be able to say, hey, how's you doing? So thank you for the time. That is it for the appointments.
Thank you very much, Counselor
Right.
Healy.
Question, Mr. President. And what happened to the reappointment for the Board of Assessment? Wasn't there one, or I misread that?
That was I skipped over it because we're having our appointment, our interview next week, I said. So we only have one person and she would be a reappointment. So we're just waiting.
Want to have a meet and greet? Got the coffee and donuts?
Yeah, I'm not going to respond to you.
So thank you again. Moving on. Item 6, public hearings. There are none. Item 7, unfinished business. 7A, resolution of the Town of Westerly approving financing of improvements to the Westerly wastewater treatment system and approving the issuance of wastewater system revenue bonds and notes. Therefore, in an amount not to exceed $85 million. Discussion and possible action continued. And I would also, in the same discussion, add item 7B, the resolution of the Town of Westerly regarding fiscal year 2027 sewer rates and sewer-related taxes. Discussion and possible action continued from 2/2/26.
Chris, may I recommend something? Whatever we do with 7A and B, I think it would be prudent to do them together. Is that what you're leaning towards this?
That's why I read
Okay,
them
thank,
both.
good, thank you.
Mr. Manager, would you like to describe what's been on the website? And
Yeah, so I'll start off. I'll give you a brief overview, and I'm going to pop it up on the screen up top of which I had Jacobs prepare for me. So brief overview as to why we're where we're at. I mean, John John Gagne had given some information regarding it. Some of it is similar, but I'm trying to just give everyone a general idea of why we're at this $85 million figure and why we ended up here. And I'm gonna move my mic closer because I'm getting a dirty look from Rose. I have to talk further into the mic because that fan behind her. So move to the project background page. So as was described by John, the current nitrogen level we're under now is 15 milligrams per liter or whatever those, I'm not familiar with the acronyms there, but, and ammonia levels are 5.5. The new lower limits, and it was lower, like was mentioned, it got negotiated up. The new limits that they've agreed to under this agreement is 5 milligrams, and the ammonia has to go to 1.7 milligrams. So that's the operation of the plant. Now keep in mind, we're talking about the facility itself that processes sewage, and not the infrastructure in the roadways. We're not talking about the pumping stations that basically pump the sewage to the gravity feed system that goes to Margin Street. The consent agreement between the town and DEM was established in 2021, that we had to do a facilities plan update, which we did. The facilities plan update was approved in March 11th, 2024. Design improvements set out by DEM, the order of approval on the design improvements for design took place on August 7th of 2025. And we have to finish the construction improvements as a result of this consent agreement by January 20th, 2029. We have to complete everything. We've agreed to that already. The town has agreed to these levels. They've agreed to these completion dates. They've agreed to these limits. So we went to design. Jacobs designed the entire facility for all the upgrades as required by, again, when you go to the plant, you're not going to see new buildings, flashy. You're not going to see anything like that. It's the infrastructure of the operation of it. So if you go to the next page, scope of improvements. So you can see the outline is numbered. So nearly every plant area is impacted. The numbers show, and on the right-hand side, it shows you the facilities that are impacted, but every one of these is impacted. There's a complete new electrical system, state of good repair improvements. There are flood resiliency improvements, even though we were able to eliminate this $6 to $8 million resiliency berm that was going in front of the facility that was an added cost. Major treatment work improvements to meet this lower nitrogen limits, affluent limits. And it's what we're, keep in mind, it's what we're discharging into the water. It's how we're processing it. It's what we're putting into the river. So again, I understand everyone's concerns. It's a lot of money, but this does impact every single person in the town. I don't care if you're in the sewer district or not. It's what's being discharged into the river. These are conditions that we have to meet and we've agreed to under the consent agreement. So if you go to the scope of improvements, this is new installation overview. So there's some new stuff going in. Aeration basins, pump stations, high flow piping. When we have high flow events, the summertime's our highest flow and so forth. We have high flow events. There's piping that's being reinstalled. Now there's bypass piping. They actually hook a line up during the heavy flow times to bypass because the lines that are there can't handle the flow coming in. Flow measurement control, emergency generators, waste internal pumping stations. There's going to be a new roof. They get the flat roof on the building and HVAC systems being replaced in it. I know it doesn't sound like much when you look at it, but overall, it's the operation of the facility. You have to think of 3.3 million gallons a day, and there are times where we're at 3.8 and 4 million. We're processing that down, taking all the sewage out, clean water into the river. I mean, if you think about that per day. So this is kind of the reason for the cost, the current market conditions. Just so you know, there's $400 to $500 million worth of work, sewer treatment work, just in the state of Massachusetts right now. Construction in the Westerly, we're competing with the work going on in Massachusetts, any other work in Rhode Island, Connecticut, New York area. We're all in the same market area competing for this work. The labor market has deteriorated, dwindled over the past few years. There's limited resource pool of labor contractors who are competing for these bids. So the pool goes down, higher salaries are needed to attract skilled workers, which is a whole thing we talked about. You talk about the education center trying to draw people in there to get trained as an alternative is to going to college. General Dynamics, I just got an email today. They're looking for 8,000 employees in the next year, 2026. 8,000 employees they're looking, and many of which, a high percentage lives in Westerly. So we're competing against that market too, which we find on the town side, even on the DPW side, the water operators, the sewer operators. We're competing with EB on these things. General contractors and subcontractors do not have the resources, staff to take on additional work. They're all booked. Their work limits. We still have to meet these deadlines, though. We can't say to them, we can't get someone to do the work. There's a possibility that some of the tariffs could have affected us in a negative way. This, and the last one is an important one, data center construction, this whole AI thing that we're all seeing. These data center constructions contributed to the tight supply of conditions for construction materials, electrical systems. Some of these electrical components we're trying to get are a year out just to get an electrical component. So we're competing with these data centers as fast as they're trying to put these things up, and we have to upgrade our sewer treatment plant. So if you go to the last page, well, actually, it could be, yeah, last page. The cost progression, this is kind of to give you an idea. So in 2024, they did some preliminary figures and they come up with about $81 million. Those were preliminary figures. Then you go down to, the next phase, and it says we revised some of the scope of work, we removed the berm, we added affluent systems, headwork repairs, HVAC replacements, but we were able to remove the berm, which got us down to projected estimates about 72 million. Then we went in, we were completing design. We were at the, if you look, 60% design in March of 2025. Design progression, construction scope of work was more defined. The cost estimate, combination of the market pricing that I mentioned earlier and internal estimates, it went up to 78 million. And then design progression, once it was finally approved, the design by DEM, and they changed some things and tweaked some things, and the projection estimates went up to 85 million. They actually went up to between 95 and 100 million. We scaled some of the things back to bring it to $85 million. And now it's out for bid, right? So we go into public bid right now. So, and you can see those lines, those are projections. The bid closes on the 18th of February. It might get extended a week. We're not quite sure yet, but it closes around that. I'm pretty optimistic. We'll maybe come in a little bit lower. If we come in lower, that's a good thing. It's less we have to pay. But you can see the yellow lines on the end of that. That means the bid could come in higher than 85. So we have to be prepared for that when the bids do come in. And again, competitive bidding. There's some different factors involved. You see flow downs and this BABA, NAIS. Those are all the federal regulations that EPA gets into how we have to bid projects and the pricing we have to pay. And so that's basically where we came up. It's kind of a quick overview that was given to me by Jacobs on the why we're at this 85 million. And I think this goes all the way back to, I think there was talks of this back in 2016, I believe, as we mentioned. There was talks of this whole upgrade, 2016, 18. DEM was, we kept getting extensions and then COVID hit and it delayed things and of course, when you delay things, what happens? Cost goes up. So so that's kind of an overview on the 85 million. Let me keep going here. So, and I'll have Steve come up in a minute because we can ask questions on these three options just so we can, so you have three options that are provided in your packet. So scenario 1, 2, and 3. So scenario 1 is exactly what you heard last week. 50-50 split, 50% of the debt service goes to the tax general fund side, 50% of the debt service goes to the sewer users. And you remember on that one, this is, keep in mind, phase 1, remember this is all we're really going through, but phase 1 is the 45 million. The second block is 40 million 2 years or so down the road. But either way, you're not voting on that now, but we need to look at that as we move forward. So that was bringing you to the ad valorem tax to $1.08, right? And then it brought you to a 552 user fee. This is on the sewer side, the sewer users. And then the other 50% of the debt went to the general side, right? And this basically made up the whole project over a 20-year bond, 20-year bond. So then I talked to Steve this past week and I said, can you run the numbers on a 60-40 split, right? This is scenario 2. So a 60-40 split basically took 60% of the burden and put it to the taxpayer side and 40% on the sewer users. And I said, take the 10% savings and put it all on the user fee, and let's see what we can get the user fee down to. So that's scenario two. So that basically brought, the ad valorem stayed the same, the $1.08. It brought the user fee down to $512. So 551, it brought it to 512 on that first round, right? And so you were saving, if you do the math, I don't know, 39 cents maybe, 39 cents by taking 10% and shifting it to general side. And then, so then I'm coming up with some other options and again, there's other staff involved and in this came up with, okay, well, what if, so I said to Steve, what if you take, and we want a flat fee. So I'm on to scenario three and then I'll explain the graphs. So scenario three is the same 50-50 split, half and half. So it's half to the users and half to the taxpayers and the general tax side. And I want a flat fee, $400. Make it a flat fee of $400. So you're going from 356 to 400. That's a user fee that all the residences get billed twice a year. That's 200 on the first bill, 200 on the second bill, going to $400. And just to make a note, the commercial side pays a higher amount because it's based on volume. So you could have a commercial building, example, Stop and Shop, right? They could pay 5,000 or 6,000 in user fees because of the amount of water they're using. Residential is not set up that way. So a flat $400 fee, keep the ad valorem the same at $1.08. So, right, and then just take the difference. I just want the difference of what we have to make up to absorb the debt service and tell me what I need for a tax. Now, I broke it down. We have $10.9 billion worth of taxable property in Westerly. Out of that 10.9 billion, 2.7 billion is in the sewer district. 8.2 billion is not in the sewer district. And that's a big difference considering 40% of the towns in the sewer district. Because the 8.2 billion, because it covers our coast, right? All the communities along the coast is why it's at 8.2. So I said, take the difference that you need to make up and apply it, and divide it between the 8.2 billion non-sewer users, non-sewer district, and tell me what we need for a tax, if we add an additional tax. And it came out to 15 cents per thousand. 15 cents per thousand for a non-sewer district tax applied to the general side. And some of the research I found in talking throughout this past week is the community, many of the communities in the state and our surrounding, even in Connecticut, they look at the sewer infrastructure. It's owned by the whole community. The lines in the street, the treatment facility, and is owned by the entire community, the same as the water system, the same as the as a school system, and then the transfer station, any of these different areas we have. So do we want, so this basically, this third scenario shifts some of the burden, more of the burden, other, because 50-50 ratio on the debt, onto the tax base, the non-sewer tax base. Not everyone. The sewer users will only pay $1.08 and they pay a $400 fee, right? And they're making up in their tax base the other 50% of the sewer side. But the non-sewer district people will make up that 15 cents, right? And if you go to the chart, right, I'll go over the next course of it in a second, but if you go to the chart, so in that makes up roughly a house would have to pay 15 cents, a $600,000 house, it's $90. It costs a $600,000 house, $90 additional tax in the tax bill makes up that 15 cents for the year, $90 for the year makes up that 15 cents. And if you go to a $1.2 million house, because we put two scenarios, we added another scenario in each of them. It was used a $600,000 house last time. It's a $600,000 and a $1.2 million house. To give you kind of an example. So the 90 goes to 180 if you have a $1.2 million house. That's just a $15 tax, 15 cent tax outside of the sewer district, okay? So then you look at, well, what's the impact on the overall users? So if you take the, and Steve, this is where you may have to bail me out. I'm trying to explain this the best that I recollect it. If you go to the chart on page 13, it says general fund estate tax impact to support sewer transfers. That's our 50% we're transferring in, right? 50% of the general side we're transferring into the general budget. That represents on a $600,000 house. If you look, it's only $29 the first 2 years, then it goes to 98, 116. I'm looking at the end result. So I say 161. At the end of this, once we have both loans out, both loans to fund this whole project, on a $600,000 house, that general side, the 50% debt is going to be $161. And if you have obviously a $1.2 million house, it's going to be $323, right? That's chart 13. Chart 14 is the charge for the sewer transfers not in the sewer district. So they're going to get an additional charge because that 15 cents. So 15 cents plus the increase on the 50% they're already covering, right? And you look at the charges there, and the reason, and that goes to $312. That's what they're going to pay a year, $312,000 for a $600,000 house. It starts out at 121 for the first couple of years, goes 249, 267, then 312. The reason it jumped into 312, because if you look at page 12 on your charts, it shows you the projections going out on this third scenario that we looked at before. It shows you to borrow that second block of $40 million. It goes to that new tax of 15 cents to the non-district people goes to 25 cents, as well as the user fee goes to 450. And then the ad valorem goes up to 154. The sewer users pay the 450 and 154. The non-district people would pay the 25 cents. So that last numbers I just went over basically includes the cost to that taxpayer on the non-sewer side, the impact on their property, $312. So the only thing we're doing is taking the difference between the $400 fee, flat fee, and $551, and we're shifting it to the non-district, non-people in the sewer district, that $8.2 billion worth of real estate. So if we have questions, I mean, and I apologize. So what I did also, the last page is just, I had Steve do, and I know it's probably not a scenario, but I had him do the amortization schedule on a 25-year or 30-year bond. I do not agree with that at all. If you look on a 25-year, it's adding about $13 million in interest. And if you go to a 30-year bond, it's adding roughly about 26 million in interest just on the bond alone over the period of time. So again, it's the same money. It's shifted around 3 different ways. So before I get into the debt side of things and fund balance, I just want to shift it over to Steve. Did I explain it correctly? If I didn't, certainly fill me in. And if you guys have questions on those 3 scenarios, ask Steve if something needs to be broken down further.
Yeah, you did perfect. I just want to clarify though, the cost on slide 13 is incorporated in 14. So 14 includes, slide 14 includes the 50% debt service that's paid by the full tax base, including the non-users, as well as this new 15 and 25 cents. So that's a combination. They're not additive, they're included.
Not counting the 15 cents, I heard Sean say $161 on a $600,000 house from the general fund.
That's correct.
Good.
Yep.
Do you want to?
You want to?
I'd like to.
More questions?
Yeah,
or
no, I'd like to
Summarize?
almost start it. Well, I could summarize. I got a lot of things to talk about here, but I would start by saying, why don't we make it easier for the whole council? We could take a couple scenarios off the table right now, so we don't waste a lot of time on it. I don't think anybody wants to amortize this loan more than 20 years because we're losing tens of millions of dollars. Are we all in agreement on that? Okay, so we take that off the table. The other one we could take off the table right away is the 60-40 split. Didn't move the needle at all. It was good to look at it, but it's not going to do anything for us really. I mean, if we were going to go the split method, we'd have to go at least 85-15. I don't even like doing that, but 60-40 doesn't do anything. So could we take that off the table right now?
I agree.
All right, so we're down to 1 and 3, and I have a lot to say about that, but let me just shut up for the second here.
But does anyone have any questions on how it works with Steve on the numbers? Because if you don't, when you're done, I'll go into the debt service stuff.
And I apologize if I'm making you repeat yourself. I just want to make sure that I got it. So on on page 13 and 14. So you're saying that on page 14, I'm going to go at the $600,000 house range and go all the way to the end. In total, it's the 312. It's not 161 plus 312.
So slide 13 that goes up to 161 is the 50% debt service on the tax base.
Okay.
And then slide 14 that goes to 312 is the 50% plus the 15 and 25 cent increases on the non-users.
Combined.
All right.
Perfect. Thank
Yep,
you.
You're welcome.
I,
I thought Rose had a question.
I thought Rose, did you want to speak?
Yeah, I just had one question on when it goes from 15 cents to 25 cents. Is that like a 2-year mark, three-year mark? Where does that fall?
Yeah, it's a good question. At the end of, so the way we modeled it, you're issuing $45 million now. When you run out of that 45 million, you issue the second tranche of bonds for 40 million. And that's when you would do the second rate increase.
So,
We're estimating it'd be October of 28.
so not necessarily a specific time, but say two, three,
Probably
2.5 years? 2 years-ish? Okay, thank
It's got
you.
to be complete by January of 29. It's probably 12 months before that from the last issuance.
Okay, thank you.
And again, I just want to point out, I mentioned this last time, we're only asking for the first rate increase today. We'll come back 2 years from now or a year and a half from now, whenever it is. And depending on how that first bond went and everything else, it could be lower if rates go down a bit, it could be higher if rates go up a bit, but this is what we're projecting.
Thank you. Councilor Aiello?
Yes, I'm curious. I didn't say yes or no on going to 25 or 30 years, but what would have been the difference in the annual cost to the taxpayers?
It's a good question. We didn't calculate that. So you can see on that page 16, the cost for the 20 years, $6 million approximately. It goes down to 5.4 million. Not a huge difference. So, I mean, the reality is for 25 and 30 years, two things happen. Number one, you pay a higher rate. So instead of the 3.25 interest rate for 20 years, 3.50 is the interest rate for 25 years and 3.65. And these are subsidized rates for the 30-year. So number one, you're paying a higher interest rate. And then number two, you're amortizing slower. So you're paying more interest over that term. So the way I would look at this is you're not getting a big bang for your buck to go out 25 and 30 years. You're paying a ton, but on an annual basis, it's fairly modest cost on an annual basis. And it's spread out. I don't have the exact calculation, but it's not a huge bang for your buck, in my opinion.
I mean, if we go to another meeting, we'll at least have an idea of what that would be. I mean, I don't like going longer with more interest. That's the thing I don't like about bonds, but with high numbers, you don't have a choice. But I'd like to know, at least for one of them, what it would be. I mean, to get a better understanding for me and for the public to know, well, why don't you go longer and maybe get the prices down, so we're not paying so much. So if we go to another meeting, I'd like to have that information.
Didn't we just agree as a council to take that off the table?
We did.
No?
He didn't. So
So you lost 6-1, Bill. You want to continue on something that you have?
Excuse me.
All right, I'm going to address my comments to you when it's my turn to speak. I know you got up on your soapbox here and you don't want to tax anybody, but we're going to have a little conversation
All right,
about reality. pretty soon.
let's let Mr. Aiello, Councilor Aiello, complete his thought.
That was that. It was interesting. And that wasn't an official vote we took anyway. So just to clarify that. But they'll probably want to take it anyway. But I'm all for getting a better understanding of the impact of the various scenarios. I know some people will just automatically and throw it out to everybody. If that ends up being the best scenario, so be it. But I want the information, I want the data. And then and which chart again, refresh my memory, which chart shows, if we went for scenario 3, which chart shows the total amount that in district and out of district would pay based upon these numbers? Is that 14?
So slide 14 is out of district. And then if you go back to slide 12 is the in district. And again, that's with the tax rate that goes from 67 cents up to 154, and the flat fee from 356 to 450, going from 400 then to 450.
So if you go to the line, the $600,000 line, the left-hand side, says total bill for sewer use only, sewer millage and
Okay.
sewer rate. And then you have the average annual homeowner real estate. So you have to add both, you know, it shows you the 1376, right, is what the sewer millage and sewer rate is. Goes to 1376, and then your tax bill goes to 556.42. So if you look at the first column, $5,024, that's what somebody with a $600,000 house is paying now. So at the end of this, if you, well, whatever, if you go to 2031, you're paying 56.42. That's the 50% debt service. No, that's full millage and sewer rate. So that's everything.
That's everything.
Yeah. Mhm. One other thing I just want to mention.
I just want to
is
clarify.
Okay.
So slide 12 is for the users in the system. And as I explained, it goes from 67 up to the 154 and 356 up to the 450. In addition, they're also paying the 50% of the debt service because they're full. So that, if you go back to slide,
I think we're looking at different slides. Because 12 is not a graph for us.
no, so that has the data in there.
Sorry.
But if you go back to slide 5, this is just the 50% slide. So again, the users in the system, slide 12, or the debt that the 50% that they're covering, and then slide 5 is the 50% for the whole tax base.
But Steve, just to clarify, the second $600,000 line on slide 12, the 5642, that's the total real estate increase, correct?
I'm sorry, say it again, Sean.
Slide 12.
Yep.
The the second $600,000 line, it says full millage and sewer rate, right? 5642, is that the real estate impact? At the very end? The last number in the final I just look at this, 6/30, June 30th, 2031.
5642.
That's the real estate impact.
That's the real estate.
Yeah, okay, that's right.
All right, so just clarify the 5,024, that's what the 600,000, that's what, right now, that's what we pay before the sewer stuff. All right, first couple of years, it would go up a few $100s. Next year, a few hundred more. And that includes both the 50% and the 15 cent.
That
25 cents.
that includes on slide 12, the 5,642.
Right.
That includes the full 85 million. It includes 50% debt service. And in the tax, and it doesn't include the other 50% though.
It doesn't.
The other 50% again is that slide that I just mentioned with that goes up to the 161 for a $600,000 home. So the users in the system, again, slide 5, that's the 50% GO general fund. And then slide 12, which is the 50%, the other 50%. With some of it being carved out for non-users. It's confusing. I gotta tell you.
I thought I.
May I take a shot at explaining this?
Yeah, Council LaPetra.
Okay. Let's just focus on scenario 3. And I'm gonna verify things with the bondsman, but right now, everything is a 50-50 split. We're leaving that alone, 50% in the general fund. So we can almost control that with the mill rate. If we don't want to fund some capital projects, we could keep the mill rate a little lower. We're saying it's about $161. That's gonna be transferring whether you're in the sewer system, when outside the sewer system is all general fund money being transferred over. 50/50 is not changing. Sir, am I right on so far? Okay. So this is gonna be the difference, and you can, and if you feel like you could give me any scenario you want, I got my little calculator on my phone here, so you give me a value of a house, you give me how many units are, and I'll run the scenario any way you want me to, and this goes to anyone in this room. I'm gonna start with this, $750,000 house, 3 units, okay? If you're outside the sewer system, that's gonna be 15 cents. 15 cents times 750 is gonna be an extra $112.50. If you're inside the sewer system, you're looking at $1.08, and you're looking at 400 times 3, it's gonna be $2,010. That's the increase. So in that same house inside the sewer system, the sewer tax would be 2,010. If, like Mr. Ellis said, if you're outside the sewer system, it's only $112.50. This is what is so unfair, Bill. You know, $2,000, and this is the best case scenario. A week ago, it was far worse than this. This is what we've gotten to, all right? So I don't know how, I mean, I don't know how we could do any better than this. Now, I know you could say, oh, well, we don't want to pay $84 million. Just go to DM and say, well, we're not going to pay it. You guys have to kick in half. Well, when they say no, my question to you is, what's your plan? I mean, I'd be happy to hear it. If you got a financial solution to this that's better than scenario 3, I'm all ears.
All right, first off, that's the purpose of these meetings, is to try and understand everything and come up with something that's fair and reasonable for everybody. That's the point of these meetings. And my questions are to try and understand these figures that were given and flipping back and forth. I mean, that's a lot to, I mean, I hand it to the staff and you guys, and a lot of information was put together in short order. So I do appreciate that. I like things simple. I like to know. Bottom line, all right, sewer district people. Outside the sewer district. Total costs. I mean, you know, inside the district, you got the ad valorem. Everybody's paying a 50% townwide. You got the ad valorem and then possibly a special sewer tax or whatever you want to call it. Outside the sewer district, you got the 50% and a sewer fee or something or other, sewer tax. All right, so that's what I like to have. Just very basic. What are they paying? What are the people outside paying? And then let's compare, because something that hasn't been talked about is, and I know you can't get a direct comparison, but here are some thoughts for people to keep in mind. And I know we can't do this tonight or if it'll ever be done, but these are some thoughts that people have to keep in mind. Is the cost of septic systems for people. That needs to be a consideration in determining how much the people outside the sewer district are going to be saddled with. I don't mind helping out and supporting. I don't, you know, with this kind of price tag, I wouldn't want anybody to be saddled with that. I think the state and feds ought to chip in, but besides that, so these charts are great and they show it, but if it doesn't include everything on one chart, that's what I'd like to see. Everything on one chart for in district and out of district.
Yeah, and Councilman, let me
Yes.
just go through it.
Okay.
So if you're on slide 12, I'll try to
12,
keep it
right.
simple. Currently, if you have a $600,000 home, you're paying $5,024.
Okay.
That's the flat fee plus your tax. At the end of this project, that fee is going to go up, that tax is going to go up to $5,642. That's the first component, right? Now, if you turn to,
Now you said tax, which tax?
It-
The real estate, that's the 50%?
That's your real estate taxes.
it's a
within-
combination of the flat fee and the tax
And tax,
and the tax, right?
everything.
Now, if you go to slide 13, right? In addition to that, the folks in the sewer district will pay $161, an additional $161, and that's on a home of $600,000. And that's the 50% of the GO portion transfer. So again, if I'm in district, I'm going to go from 5024 to 5642 plus an additional 161. If I'm outside the district, we'll go back to that slide 14. And slide 14 shows that if you're a $600,000 home, it's 312 all in, including the 15-cent tax that goes to 25 cents and including the 50% GO transfer. So if I'm non-district, it's 312.
314 plus 312?
No, just
Just three-
312.
that includes the
That includes
50%?
both. That includes the 50% plus the 15/25
All
cents.
right.
So you can see there's still quite a bit on the folks using the system.
Pointed that out. If you add in the flat fees, $400 per unit. Single family, it's just one, but a three-family is
Right.
Yeah.
plus the 1.08 ad valorem on top of the value of the house.
Paying that 15 or 25 ad valorem, that's just the out of district. The in-district people are paying the dollar rate of the 154. But it's based on house value. It's not a flat fee. The only flat fee is the $400, so which will go to 450 at the end of the completion of the project.
And Sean, only the sewer district is paying the flat fee. Must say, thank you.
Just the sewer district is paying that flat.
Correct.
All right, I thought I heard you say for non-sewer users on page 12, I thought you said that included the flat.
No, the page 12, when you're going from 5,024 to 5,642.
Right.
Those are the users of the system.
Up top, it says non-users.
That the tax is the 15 cents and the 25 cents.
All right. All right, so now, all right. I gotta get my spreadsheet mind here.
Let's
All
talk about
right,
that.
so I just want to get this right. So out of district is chart 14 or 13, you said, let me see, 14.
Out of district,
Out of
slide
district,
13.
and that includes.
All in.
All in. All right.
I don't mean to throw another wrench, but if you look at the blue in the bottom,
Right.
that's the mill rate increase. So you can see it starts out at 0.20, 20-cent increase, and ultimately at the all in at the end of the project are at a 52-cent increase in the current mill rate, which right now we're at 7.11. So 52-cent mill rate increase all in.
All right.
Right, and again, the 52 cents is made up of the 25 plus the 26.9.
And just run through me real quick. And for people in the sewer district, what's their total cost for an air?
So their total cost is, again, going back to that slide 12, going from on the $600,000 home, 5,024 to 5,642. So if you do the math, 600 and
600, right? About 600, right? Okay.
And again, plus the 50%, which was that 163 number as well.
163, all right, 161. Now, does that, the 161, does that jump to
That's the 50%.
322 on the second phase?
That's the 50%. The 161 is the 50% on the $600,000 home.
322.
Jumps to the 312 for the non-district because that includes the 25% added tax. 161 everyone's getting because that's 50% of the debt service.
All right. 16.
Want to ask a question?
Bill, you done?
It's not, he'll come back, we'll come back to him.
Do you mind
Come
if I
back.
just?
Go ahead.
Real quick?
If
come
it's
back.
all right, if you're not ready, we can go to someone else.
No, I'm ready.
Okay.
Mine is, this is just how, I guess, everybody's brain works different when it comes to figures. So, okay, so the user, the person that has the sewer attached to their house will be charged a 50-50 split, then a $400 fee, flat fee, excuse me, per unit, And then they will be paying $1.08 per thousand of their assessed value now, and then later it will go up to $1.54, correct? Per thousand of assessed value. Okay. Non-users, 50-50 split. 15 cents, they don't have a flat fee. 15 cents per thousand for the first whatever couple years, then it goes to 25 cents per thousand of assessed value, correct? Pretty much that's it in a nutshell. Am I missing anything?
You missed one thing. The flat fee for the sewer people will go up to $4.50 in the second step.
Yes, that as well. Yeah, but the users are having a flat fee where the non-users are not.
Correct, but the non-users do still have that $161.
Correct.
50%.
Which is the 15 cents per thousand of, right. So
No, that's the 50% of the debt service on the general
no,
fund.
15 cents per 1,000, right?
No, that's the added tax. Yeah,
50/50 represents $161.
Okay,
and then
The 15 cents is broken down on one of those charts. So 15 to 25 comes out to.
on top of the $1.61.
Mhm.
Okay, yep, that's what I got. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, just one question. There's one other scenario, and we don't have to explore it, and I would ask the council to even have an appetite to explore it. I would call it scenario 5, and that would be if we do want to take 5 million of our fund balance and throw it in. Now, fund balance is everybody's money, so it would have to probably, obviously would be a general fund, will come off the general fund side, and then we could borrow 80 million instead of 85 million and run those numbers. But if we don't have the appetite to do that, I understand, it would be my scenario 5. That's all I want to throw out there, and we'd need 4 votes to do it.
What
I
happened?
don't know if I want to, don't know how
What
much you
happened?
mentioned this, so.
What happened to scenario 4? We only have 3.
I thought 4 was a 30-year bond thing.
But let me just keep your thoughts. Let me just explain these last 2 sheets and then you can entertain that. So, so you have 2 other sheets I gave you. One's a big sheet, right? Which I'll explain second. And the first is a smaller sheet, which basically is a memo from, the finance director to me. And it basically goes over fund balances. So and we go through all this in the budget anyway, but again, it would just, so this is as of now. So the general fund, we just had the audit report done. The general fund, total fund balance is 30 million, right? You see the number there. So non-spendable health fund. So we're self-insured, so we have to retain a certain block of money we can't touch because we're self-insured on the health side. That's 5 million. Committed to open projects with contracts in place. That means money we've already funded that we have contracts in place, so 384,000. And we have 104,000 open POs, which is already committed money. So you look, the unassigned fund balance is referred to as a savings account, 24 million. You see the change. That's what we have available. So the theory that we have from the auditors is we keep a 16 to 18% fund balance, right? That keeps us higher on the bond rating side and borrowing issues, which puts us about 19 point something million we really should have in there. So really, if you do the math, it's probably around $4 million or $4 million available that you can use, right? Again, I'm very frugal and if you were going to consider using a fund balance, I would consider it on the second block of it. God forbid we have a storm or something happens and you need money. Because that's not a bad place to be. But so now the sewer fund is different. Let me just explain these. So total sewer fund, you see 19 million. Keep in mind that includes the infrastructure, meaning all the buildings, the facilities, everything is 19 million. Unlike the town that does not include all our facilities, that's money when you look at the 30 million. So the sewer fund, so the assets, all the buildings and whole infrastructure of the system is 15, they have 3.5 million. We're supposed to have a 50% fund balance in those, which is roughly, that's what that is, right? So there's not anything, we pulled $1 million out of that, or a little, I think $1.5 million out of that, and we did the design for this project. We pulled some out of that. Water fund balance, fund balance 24, same thing, that's all the assets. 19 million in assets, you got 4.09, similar, 50/50 is what you should have, 50% of your fund balance in there. And then you get on transfer station, that's total facilities, 5 million, total fund balance, capital assets, 1.5, unrestricted 3.65. Same thing, 50/50, it's supposed to be in there. Then you go to the school. right? So the school fund balance, and this was just updated today. So their fund balance is 7.4, non-spendable health fund, so is 103. Now you would ask that, and would ask, why would theirs be lower than ours? There's more employees on the school side than there is the town. They have higher claims on their side. So the 5 million, we pull our claims out of it and we fund it, right? That's what we have. The school has a higher claim rate, which is why theirs is lower. And then they have restricted educational programs, unassigned 3 million, committed open projects, 2 million. If you add those three up, that adds up to the 7 million. They can't have a unassigned. Theirs all have to be committed or assigned to something, right? And if you look at the second sheet, it just kind of breaks down the school. They provided that. And, you know, the 7 million, they had 8 on June 30th, 2024, June 30, 2025, 7.4. You see what their operating budget is, you know, 2.5% of the operating budget, and it shows you what 5% of the operating budget is. And what the excess of the 5% is 764,000. The excess of 2.5% is 2.2 million. So that's all your fund balances. So now go to the, talk about that in a minute, but go to the big sheet and I can explain it. See, a big sheet is your total debt service for the town. And so if you look at the, we don't have to go through them all, but I'll just explain. So you look at the first group, it says town bonds. Those are all our town bonds. And if you look at the amount we're paying each year, it lists what the bond is and it shows when it falls off. So if you take the 2014 general obligation bond, the first one says Lucy property. That is the lacrosse fields out in Bradford, right? If you go down, if you look 2036, we don't owe anything. That means it's paid off. The bond's paid off. That's the amount. So that's how you follow these. You go down the debt service and it shows all the bonds. So you look at the next to last one, 2021, you know, B general obligation bond. I believe 2021 down to 2. Yeah, that's the last payment. They're all 20-year bonds. That's the last payment on that second one up. That falls off. So if you do the math on the 2026 bond, road bond, which we're in now, that would fall off in 20 years, 2046, right? So that shows you what. So if you go down, you have school bonds, right? You can see what they have for the school bonds and when they fall off, you can see. The last one on the school side is the, I believe, yeah, that's the 2024. That's the one we're in right now. And then we got schools, loans and payable, same thing. Those are different type of bond they took off. If you notice, it falls off 2028. Water notes, same thing. That's a bond on the water side that falls off. If you look at the year of it, 2021, the last payment is at the end of this chart. And then sewer notes, if you notice on the sewer side, and this is a good thing, I mean, I guess, if you look at the sewer side of it, when we get to 2032, we have no debt other than this new debt we're taking on right now. And then water capital assets, the next ones, water, transfer station, those are all lease programs for vehicles and equipment that fall off. And if you go on to the next page, it's the same thing. It continues on and shows the water leases, and it shows when all the debt service falls off.
So this debt service, we're going to deal with in April at the budget.
You're going to deal with
budget
Maple, but
time.
just give you an idea.
Tonight, we have the option, as Councilor Peter pointed out, of utilizing the general fund balance. And it goes unassigned to 24 million, but by our rules, we can only go, we have to protect 19 million. Otherwise, we lose our
19 point something million,
19
right?
point something million. So otherwise, we lose our bond rate.
That's, you could potentially lower your bond rating, right?
And the
That's what-
bond rating is saving the town money through this Rhode Island
Lower interest
Infrastructure
rate,
Bank, the other debt.
So all in all, just if you look at the bottom of that whole, I mean, I guess if you look at the bottom of this year, we have $13 million in debt service, right? 13 million right now, right, in debt service. We can borrow with our capacity infrastructure, 329 million for the town. Not that we'd ever want to, but it just does not put us anywhere near our debt limits.
Okay.
You know, moving forward.
So to your point, is this worth the risk?
Well, here's my point, and I love the way the town manager broke it down. The only thing I would disagree with him on is if we were to use a fund balance, I would absolutely use it in the first bond because that's the one that's gonna be the higher interest rate. But other than that, I understand the breakdown. I hear that you want to protect it. I still think the fund, if we look at our fund balance policy, I mean, our own policy tells us it's a bit excessive. I wouldn't balk at using the difference of 4.8 million and throwing it on the sewer bond. It's something I would do. If I don't have support for that, I don't want to hold this up because we have to pass something, but I still lean towards that because you know, in a certain way, you could look at it as us overtaxing our citizens to be sitting here with a fund balance that's more than we really need for our bond rating. That's just my opinion. And if we are going to use it, I would absolutely use it on the first bond, but I'm not going to die on that hill either. So you guys think about that a little.
Yeah, I would put out there, what is the risk? I mean, there's other potential risks, hurricane, massive infrastructure investment, the PFAS issue with the
Could we ask,
six well fields that we have.
could we
Yeah,
ask the
we
bondsman
have-
his opinion?
we
We
have
have him right here.
$20 million worth of lead replacement work being done. Granted, we're working on something for that hopefully it's going to at least be interest-free. We have potentially $23 million in PFAS. We have other projects. You could spend your total fund balance on sidewalk replacement in town if you really wanted to. We have a decent fund balance. I do not think it's going to change the wheel of from 80 to, just say 85 to 80 and change, that it's going to make any significant difference. I just don't.
Yeah.
I
so
would love to, sir?
Honestly, I could spend all night here talking about fund balance. That's what we talk about often. And honestly, I was probably here 20 years ago when I was telling the council that your fund balance was way too low. You were not consistent with your peers. There was a practice here years ago where they used to reappropriate surplus every year, and fund balance appropriation was pretty significant. They don't like to see it for operations, which Westerly did. They would reappropriate fund balance for operations. They're okay when it's one-time capital expenditures. However, in this situation, I would agree with the town manager. I would save it for the second one, only for the fact that this is a big, complex project. And let's say there's some cost overruns. Let's say interest rates are a little bit higher. That might be what you need to get you back down to what we're talking about today. So I think it provides you with a lot of financial flexibility to save it, have it in your, as an option for the second phase of the bonding. I wouldn't use it for the first phase, in my opinion. And I'll tell you a couple other things about fund balance. You have a fund balance policy, which is a good policy. There's communities around you, coastal communities, Jamestown for one, which has much higher reserves than you do. Other communities like Barrington have much higher reserves. Coastal communities, they want to see a slightly above average fund balance levels for the reasons that you all talked about, resiliency and potential storm related projects. New Shore for years, their bond rating was lower than what it should have been until they built up their reserve levels to a sufficient place. So I would honestly wait till the second phase if I was going to use any fund balance. And the second thing is, if you were going to choose to use fund balance, I wouldn't do 5 million right out of the box. It's a big number, even though it's keeps you within your fund balance policy. When the rating agencies see that, that's a pretty significant decrease in fund balance.
You do believe that the second bond will be at be at a lower interest rate? I'm sorry, you don't think the second bond, otherwise why are we not borrowing 85 million right now? We're banking on the second bond being at a low interest rate, are we not?
I wouldn't be here if I could predict what's going to happen. Yes, right now. I'll tell you this, rates right now, I think I mentioned last week, they're slightly above average, right? Doesn't mean 2 years from now, they're going to be slightly below average. You just never know. And when I made the point today, that when we come back the second go around, rates are lower, great. These numbers will come down a bit. If rates are higher, these numbers for the second tranche might have to go up a bit. If you have fund balance in your back pocket that could absorb if rates are slightly higher, if the costs go, higher, that gives you some financial flexibility. So I would lean towards, if you even touch it, my job is to tell you, don't touch your fund balance. But if you did have to use your fund balance for a one-time capital expenditure, you could do it. I would lean towards the second phase of this bonding.
It makes sense only because even the Jacobs chart, the bids might come in higher. There might be some other unknown that occurs during construction.
Yeah.
So to have that flexibility of 4.8 million is.
Make my last comment to be done. I would bet on Donald Trump in America and say the interest rates are going to be down on the second bond. I would borrow it here, but I'm out of this conversation. I made my point.
But I'll make one point. If we get the bids in at the end of this month and it comes in at 88 million, then we have to make up the difference.
Right.
If it comes in 82, we can all celebrate, but if it comes in at 88, we have to make it up.
Counselor Healy?
Quick question, if just to entertain the fund balance idea. If we go with you guys saying that it would go toward the second one, would it be okay to take small amounts during each budget season to kind of squirrel away for when that second bond is taken out? And then we would have potentially $5 million to throw at it, or would it not work at all because it's a geo bond?
No, I mean, you have 2 fiscal years. So if over the next 2 fiscal years, you generate, some surplus cash, it'll just help your fund balance, give you a little more financial flexibility that if you did take it out, no harm, no foul. You built it up over the 2 years.
Okay,
And, just the whole fund balance is just one piece to the rating puzzle. The rating, they look at your tax base, they look at financial performance, the pension, debt, OPEB liabilities. I would argue now in a time where you're adding 85 million in debt is not the time where you want to kind of take your reserves down.
I personally am
The
not.
reserves are 30% of your rating, and debt and pension are 20% of your rating. So you're adding to your debt and you're decreasing your reserves a bit.
I
not-
personally don't want to touch fund balance, period. We're gonna sit down in a couple months and we're gonna see just how over budget we are with several things right now, thanks to that weather. So I personally am not, I appreciate Councilor LaPetra's idea. It's just not something that makes sense to my brain. I wish there was an easier way, but thank you.
Counselor Niemeyer?
So obviously it would be a fool's errand to try to prognosticate the bond market, but we did just see, if we were to, sort of look at some of the macro stuff going on, we did just see a bond market collapse in Japan. It was the first time a major G20 economy failed to auction off some of its debt since the advent of modern economics. And a lot of the structural issues that led to that failure in Japan are also present in the United States and in Europe and in all developed economies. Is there not a significant risk that those structural issues will lead to, regardless of who's president, higher interest rates in the near future? And would it be better to take out 85 million now and try to lock in the rates that we're seeing today?
Well, a couple things. Infrastructure Bank may not lend you 85 million today because they have capacity issues, and their policies, they only want to get you money that you can spend, shovel ready. 2-year spend down is typically what they look at. So I would argue they probably wouldn't even lend you the full 85 if you needed it today. I'd like to think the municipal market's resilient. What we've seen over the past 20 years, it's been able to weather the storm, whether it's globally. It's actually outperforming treasuries in 2025. If you look at tax exempts versus treasuries, tax exempts have outperformed. I would say that the ratio between treasuries and tax exempts is favorable in this environment right now. So that's all the good news. Ton of volume. So rates have stayed up a bit. But I'm not an economist, and globally how that impacts tax exempts. We've been able to weather the storm. Who knows what will happen, down the road.
But in general, there's a history, you're saying, of municipal bond markets weathering these larger, granted, what we're seeing right now is unprecedented, but in general, them weathering these kinds of storms.
The financial crisis that we've had, 20 yeyears ago, in 2009 or 2008, we got through. COVID, we got through in the tax exempt market. It's been pretty resilient.
Okay.
I mean, there's been definitely spikes and it's been volatile, but in general, it's been pretty resilient.
Sure. This may be a question for you, Mr. Manager. This new non-sewer district tax, will that appear on people's tax bill as a broken out item so that they know what that increase is and, what they're paying
Sometimes
for?
if it's in it, then they don't know, but yes, it will be broken out. It will be broken, same as the ad valorem. If you're in the district, you get a sewer ad valorem fee on your tax bill. It will be broken out.
Okay. Because this is a dedicated revenue stream into the enterprise itself, will that be looked on favorably by Rhode Island Infrastructure Bank? Could that potentially lower the rates we're going to pay?
So number one, so it helps their credit, obviously. So they're getting 50% GO backed technically, but it's revenue. Now they're getting this other 15% as well. Where that's going to help you, I think I mentioned at the last meeting, is we have to talk to Standard & Poor's about getting a private rating on the enterprise fund. Where it will help is when, and unfortunately, we're not going to know what that private assessment is. Only RIB is going to know that. But it should enhance the rating, because now you got 50% plus you got another 15 cents on the tax rate. So to answer your question, I think it will have a positive impact.
So it's scenario 3, the way it's set up, does have a positive impact. Is that compared to the other scenarios?
Compared to 1 and 2, it does, yes.
That's
Because there's more
fantastic.
tax behind it, as opposed to use. You know, the flat fee is a revenue, but it's not a tax. So as we talked about at the last meeting, the gold standard is a geo pledge revenue. And again, understanding, and Mr. Conley can correct me here, at the end of the day, it's a revenue pledge. You're going to pledge, you know, potentially the flat revenues, the $8 that goes to 154, and potentially, if you choose, the 15 to 20 cents. That's all pledged as a bucket of money to support the bonds.
Okay, so scenario 3, the way it's structured, has a reasonable chance of potentially lowering the overall amount we would pay.
It
Okay,
should, yes, based on the strength of the credit rating, correct?
thank you.
I think Council Van Dover had her hand first, then Council Shalaba.
Hi, Steve. So my question is, say in 2 years, can we refinance if the rate comes down on these bonds?
Yeah, great question. So the way the infrastructure bank works, and I'm not sure if you were in, so the infrastructure bank, as I mentioned at the last meeting, they leverage their bonds. So they'll issue bonds and then they'll fund loans with those bonds. Periodically, the infrastructure bank will refund their bonds and pass those savings down to the cities and towns. And they're doing that right now, as a matter of fact. So I didn't know if, Sarah, if you were one of those. Yeah. So for example, the town right now just got a letter for the infrastructure bank saying, hey, we're refunding some bonds. And as a result, we're going to give you what's called a savings credit. So while they don't directly let you refund your bonds, these bonds, when they're sold by RIB and they refinance them 10 years from now, they'll pass those savings down to you.
Okay, and I have one more question. Can we make additional principal payments on these as well to pay down some of that debt? Not interest payments, just principal. Is
Yeah.
it like that kind of a loan?
Well, and again, Mr. Conley knows about this. So in this indenture, that if you approve this tonight, the indenture has all the bells and whistles of the bonds, and the supplemental indenture will have all the bells and whistles. So RIB in their loan documents typically say that a refunding or a prepayment has to be done at the consent of the bank. So you would have to get the consent of the infrastructure bank to prepay some of their debt. They've allowed it. We recently did with another client within the past 12 months. What they won't allow you to do is go out and refund all your debt for lower interest rates, because they're going to do that with their bonds. But typically, they'll let you make some prepayments with no penalty.
Okay. And Mr. Manager, just one question for you. When all this work begins on the sewer plant, are they going to have to shut it down? I mean, how's that work? I'm just kind of curious because it's an awful lot of things going on.
No,
I just figured I'd throw this.
no, they can, obviously it has to operate, it's still processing. So that's one of the complexity of the overall project is it has to, it's like if you're driving on the highway and they're replacing a bridge, you're driving over. It's the same. So
You-
that adds a bunch of costs to it. Yeah.
We weren't going to have to rent a bunch of porta johns or anything. Thank you.
Council Shalaba.
Thank you for working with the town manager and going over these different scenarios. I'm glad that, we've come to a conclusion as far as having different scenarios. I think the third option with the 50-50 is the right option to go by. That's just my opinion. I do agree with what you said about not touching the fund balance, because have you calculated worst case scenario if the bond rating goes down, how much more it would cost the people?
Yeah, it's a good question. It depends on market conditions. Like I would say, you know, so you're a double A community. The spread between a double A and a single A in this rate environment could be 25 basis points. So, you know, 25 basis points on $85 million over 20 years, it could add up. So there could be there's obviously a financial impact if that happens.
I'm just asking only because, again, because of the situation where we're at with the amount that we have to spend, just wanted to kind of have people hear it could be much worse if we don't act conservatively and do what we need to do. I think your option 3 for me is the right option to go by for the town. Thank you.
Welcome.
Councilor Petra.
I pick up on what my fellow councilors are saying, so this might end with some sort of request or motion, but I just want to ask you one thing. Our fund balance, are you familiar with our fund balance policy? It does say, I mean, it's from 2017, but it does say that a balance of more than 20% is excessive. Now, that's our own policy. You're not going to convince me that having too much of a fund balance is a good thing. I still believe it's overtaxing our citizens, but I am willing to move scenario 3 forward, Chris, because I think that's where this council was headed, and I think we could have 4 people that will be behind that, and we have to pay for this $85 million sewer. So I'm going to ask to move scenario 3 forward.
Second.
Motion
Not
made,
finished.
seconded by Councilor Shalaba. Discussion. Councilor Aiello.
Yeah, thanks for jumping the gun on it. We said earlier, we're going to come back to my discussion.
You can talk about it now, discussion.
Go to hell. All right. I'm just going to make, since the hand is being forced now, I'm going to make some comments and I'm going to ask a couple of questions too. All right. Part of the rationale for a 50-50 split is to give it gives relief to people for whatever whether it's water, sewer, whatever. And this project does not impact the entire town. However, if you give a little bit, that's 50-50. That's what the 50-50 split is. So everybody can help out with it. All right. Not to add on more costs to everybody in the town. So this, and I would also say that maybe the town, in conjunction with this, should start setting up a fund for everybody in town to replace septic systems. And to send out tankers to pump the tanks. Maybe that's a consideration for everybody to do. It's my turn to speak. So, no, it doesn't impact everybody in town. It's not anything like the schools. It's not like the transfer station. Everybody uses the transfer station, whether they bring the trash themselves or hire somebody to do it for them. The water department, if I'm not mistaken, only the people on the water pay for that. Most everybody in town, but there are areas that are on well systems. So, yeah, and do 50-50, and that's part of it. So is the add-on. And I'm not against helping it, but trying to be force-fed is BS. If people had just asked about this and talked about how can we come up with this, but getting stuff crammed down our throats is nonsense. I'm not opposed to helping the sewer district, not one bit. It's a big chunk of change. And I did take the time before my internet went down this weekend. I did take the time to read state law, to read the charter, to read our local charter and ordinances. And it does talk about fair and reasonable charges. but it also differentiates between people in the public sewer district and the non-sewer district, the people on the on-site wastewater systems, the septic systems people put in their houses. This is an enterprise fund that councils a long time ago set up as an enterprise fund. The water department is starting to pay more of what they actually do. If they have to go dig up a road because of a water line, they repave the road as well, or pay for it. So this is that. So what's fair and reasonable? So now I come back, I've been flipping through these, there's a lot of numbers to go through. And I don't work with spreadsheets every day, so I'm not in the frame of mind for all of that. And then, and I got these today to look at. We had some last week, but the new stuff I got today. And I made it clear from the onset, I may not be ready to vote. Yes, another council may, as long as he gets 4 votes, what the hell, why not move forward? I'm for keeping everybody informed with the actual numbers, so everybody is well informed, like one of our citizens said, communicate to the public. This is probably the largest bond that the town has taken on, especially without any kind of reimbursement. It'll have a major impact on everybody. So I just want to run through the numbers again. The 50-50 split, and I'll just take from the second bond. We'll just go from that because it's only a few years down the road. So that's is that 161 and 323 across the board? All right, the 161 is the first, and the 323 is the second bond.
No, the 161 is for a home of $600,000.
Right.
And the 323 is for a home of 1.2 million.
All right, I missed that, sorry. So the 161, is that for the second bond or the first?
That's all in both bonds.
Everything, all right, both, all right, 161. And that's whether you're in district or out of district, same for $600,000, okay.
Yep.
Now for the 15 cent, 25 cent, or $1.08, $1.54. What are the numbers you had for that?
So if you look at slide 14, again, for a home of 600,000, the all-in is 312. So that includes the 161. So if you subtract 312, 161 from 312, that gives you what the 15 cent and 25 cent cost is. And again, on that slide 14, you'll see it comes out to 52 cents
All right,
per thousand,
so for
all in.
not in the sewer district, all in is 312 or 624. All right,
And again,
good.
624 is the 1.2 million.
That's with the second one in, right? Now for the people in district,
People in district are still gonna pay the 161.
right?
And then if you go to that slide 12, they're gonna pay the difference between the 5024. I'm gonna do it on my calculator right now for you. 5024 and the final cost of 5642. So they're gonna pay 618 on a $600,000 home plus the 161.
And then, and is that, the ad valorem, where does that come in? Or is that the numbers there?
So again, it's the 154.
Okay. That's the ad valorem?
That's the ad valorem.
Okay.
Plus the 161, which is like 26 cents.
All right. And then they have the flat fee of 400.
The
For in-district?
fee that goes from to 450.
The first is 400 and the second one is 450.
But again, I want to just confirm, so just so you're clear, if I'm a user, my tax and my flat fee are going from 5,024 to 5,642. So it's 618, right? So it's 618 plus the 161.
Right.
It's 779 is the all-in for the user.
A quick point of order here,
But the-
Chris. Point of order? We're being asked to vote on the first set of numbers today. We're not looking to approve the 154. I believe we're looking to vote on the 108 and the $400 flat fee. So I noticed we're jumping back and forth a lot here. Deep in the future, we have another chance in the future to vote on the 154 and the 450. Today in front of us is 108 and 400. Please, could we stick to that? Apples to apples.
So you said all in 6, 7. I started to write it.
So it was 6, and again, for the two bonds, it's 618 plus the 163, 161. Yeah.
But that does not include the user fee bill, the $400 user fee.
And that's where that, for the industry, so. Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Ely?
Question for Mr. Manager, just to confirm, I know there's a lot of talk about septic right now. Our town we did opt into the CSSLP, which is the Community Septic Service Loan Program. And we have that here in Westerly, right?
Definitely in Misquamicut.
No, I think, yeah, it's a certain area, right?
Misquamicut has it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like.
It's a long-term, low-interest
Through RIB.
through Rhode Island Housing, which is through,
Provide low-cost funding for
Right.
replacement of septic systems.
that is available. There was just a lot of numbers that were being thrown out, and I know for a home, a 2-unit home for a septic tank is not $20,000. I know that for a fact. So I just want to make sure that we're, like Dylan said, apples to apples. We're sticking with the first numbers and we're being honest about our projections. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the motion on the table to approve option 3?
Yeah.
Counselor Niemeyer?
Yeah, I just want to, I guess, basically just make 3 points about why I would be voting yes on this and why I would be voting tonight. The first is this is a town-owned enterprise fund. It's owned by the whole town. The sewer district includes a core group of our businesses, the core of our industry, and it includes the heart of Westerly, the part of Westerly that a lot of people moved here to enjoy. We all benefit from the clean water and from the enterprises that are within the district. As we also just discussed a moment ago, the scenario 3 is structured in such a way that we could potentially wind up paying less overall compared to the other 2 scenarios. And finally, why tonight we want to hit that February 23rd meeting of the Rhode Island Infrastructure Bank, and tonight's our last opportunity to do so. I think this is something that benefits all of Westerly. It is worthwhile to pursue this funding structure, and it is to the benefit of all of us. That's my opinion.
Very good. Any other questions, discussion?
I make an amendment to have a special meeting before the 23rd.
Motion to have a what? I'm sorry.
Motion to schedule, motion to the main motion, or amendment to the main motion to schedule a special meeting. So that this can be adequately published and the public can be better informed and take a vote then before the 23rd.
There's an amended motion on the table to move this motion to a special meeting. Is there a second to move this motion?
I have a question.
If it's on the amended motion,
Yeah, it
you
is.
gotta have a, you gotta have a,
I'll second it just so I can ask the question.
Okay.
If we
motion
have,
seconded.
if we have this extra meeting, are we looking just to be clear on the figures, Ms. Counselor Aiello, or is this, because I just see that we have three choices here, and obviously the third one is the way to go. So I'll second it if it's going to be just for clarification, or you're just not understanding it, or you just want to get the constituents wrapped around it or understanding it. I'm okay with that. But I'm not sure we have any other options on the table.
May I, Mr. President?
Thank you.
Any other discussion?
And just to contradict a little bit what Rose says, I mean, we have any option on the table. We can make it 109 ad valorem. We could do, I mean, we obviously, these aren't the only three options in the world, but the managers put time into this, our staff has put time into this. This is, 85 million is not gonna be pretty no matter how we do it, and this is the best that I can think of, other than maybe using the fund balance, but I won't revisit that. So, I don't know, I see no point to a special meeting because Mr. Ellen may want one, but I don't hear him making a better pitch in this, and I don't think there is a better pitch in this.
Counselor Aiello?
Thank you. Yes, to answer Councilor Vandover's question, yes, as I mentioned, the largest bond in Westerly's history, if I'm not mistaken, with zero reimbursement. Some assistance from the feds, hopefully. And this is to get a better understanding of the numbers and to publish exactly, if it's scenario 3, fine, then publish that, put it on the agenda in a clear format so that everybody can understand it and knows exactly how it'll impact them. And I think it's very important. This is the largest amount of money we've approved for a bond. I think it's important that the public be well informed. And I'll just make it clear. I lose money coming to a meeting. So this is not something I want to do, is have a special meeting, but I think it's fair to the public to have it. Now, if you guys want it, if you got 4 votes, go for it. I'm a no tonight, regardless. I said that coming in. I said it when the manager dropped off my papers today, and which I sincerely appreciate. And that's just the way I'm moving tonight, and I'm sorry. So now, of the options that were presented, scenario 3 is the least impactful to the people in the sewer district, and is not a huge impact to the people outside the sewer district. So I do understand that. But let's not think that any one of us has maybe the only or the best idea. Maybe there's somebody out there that can come up with something else. I don't know. But I think it's very important for the public to be fully informed, and it's just a one-item agenda. Don't add anything. One-item agenda, we can be in and out in a half hour, maybe sooner. And I think it's just very important for the people. It can go in a newspaper, be on the radio, be on a website, very clear how it will impact people within the sewer district and out. If you don't want to do it, fine.
Second, Counselor Aiello, can I make a motion to extend the meeting for at least an hour so we can get
Second.
done everything?
Second that, Mary.
Motion made, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No,
We're now extended to an hour, 10:30.
I'm a no on that, Madam Clerk.
Okay, 6-1.
All right, so
Any other,
anyway, that's the rationale for it. If I'm not, council's going to do what you want to do.
Thank
So
you.
I'm a no regardless.
Counselor Healy?
I talk about transparency up here an awful lot. For me to disagree with this is a little wild, but I do want to make sure that it is public knowledge that this particular project has been talked about for years and years. It has been, I just did a quick Google search on Westerly Sun Sewer Bond, and things go back to 2021 on the very front page. So I feel comfortable moving forward with this vote because of that, because this has been a consistent conversation publicly and here and just in regular living rooms where we've all been discussing, wow, our taxes are gonna go up no matter what. I mean, and quick, right here, 2023, they were talking about 46.8 million. So this, although there will always be people that are shocked and unaware, we can't do a disservice saying that nobody knows what's going on, or we're just going to pass the biggest amount of bond, which it is the biggest amount that this town has ever seen. 100% agree with that. But it's a little disingenuous to say that we're just kind of doing this on a whim. So I will be a no on that amended vote.
Any other discussion? I'm just going to add that this has been talked for quite a bit, and the typical historic means to pay for it was presented in option one with an ad valorem tax, 50-50 share, a rate that increased almost double within the first go around. So I credit Councilor Peter on this to recognize that, and to the most vulnerable people that would receive that higher rate are within this downtown area, I would say. So having the regressive tax on the most vulnerable, allowing to have some offset of 0.15 cents per thousand to share that burden throughout, so that the ones that can afford it, the neighborhoods that can afford it the most, they're not going to go up $100. They're going to go up thousands of dollars by this. But they have the value within their properties that justify it. So I think this is the best option, option three. I don't know how else we could sell it or present it other than option one that the manager put last week, option three that he worked with Councilor Peter and the staff on. I don't see any other means for another meeting on this. So with that said, is there a vote on the amendment? Poll vote, Councilor Vandover? Councilor Ayala?
For the amendment, yes.
No.
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 No, but Bill, you are, I like the way you are as a counselor, and, you know, it's prudent, and, you know, it makes sense, but I just don't think we're getting any better than this.
I'll say yes.
Chair will vote no, so six, is it 5-2? Amendment has failed. So the original motion by Councilor Peter, second by Councilor Shalaba, to approve scenario 3 is on the table. Any discussion on the motion?
I will only discuss this. Please don't put my name on this, because it's still going to be quite a shock to the people in the sewer district. Although it's better than it was 8 days ago, it's not going to be a lot of happy campers, and I expect Mr. Pizzato to get a lot of phone calls down the road.
Mr. Manager, you got something?
Yeah, Mr. President, just for the sake of clarity and specificity, my understanding is that the motion for scenario 3 for option is as to agenda item 7A.
A and B, yeah, thank you, Bill.
Those have been bundled, correct?
Yeah, to approve agenda item 7A and B. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Conley. Do we have to actually, you got a second on that?
You want to amend?
Yeah, I'll
your
make-
second?
I'll amend my second.
There you go.
Amended second.
Yeah, excuse me. I believe the sewer resolution has to be adopted with the rates. They're under section 1A, B, and C. So the sewer resolution, if adopted, a sewer fee of at least $400. B, a sewer-related tax of at least 1.08. And C, the sewer-related tax of 0.15.
So by adopting that scenario, those will be the numbers on that resolution. It's absolutely correct.
So moved.
So those numbers will be filled in. This is for the 50-50 split, the ad valorem of 1.08 within the district, 450 $400 initially for a sewer fee, and an additional ad valorem for those outside of the district of 0.15 per thousand.
Right.
That's what scenario 3 is. Scenario 3 is.
Yeah, Chris.
Okay, yes.
Yeah. I just want to state for the record that I'm voting no tonight, because I don't believe there's been a fair public notice on it. I believe it should be better communicated. So that's why I'm voting no tonight. Although I do believe that scenario 3 out of the options we were presented is the best one this evening. And I did verify the numbers that I said earlier with people in the know and on the EPA.gov website, the state website, and the town website. Thank you.
Okay, motion made and seconded, poll vote, Council Aiello,
No.
Council Niemeyer.
Yes.
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 Chair votes yes. The item 7A and B are approved, as noted.
You're welcome. Good night.
Okay. Moving on, item 7C, 328 Atlantic Avenue property, plat 166, lot 19, refer to the Economic Development Commission and Board of Recreation for review and recommendation, discussion, and possible action. This had been continued to, from last Monday. This is just to have, the property that we now own, the town now owns, look at it, potential uses, either short-term or long-term, and having input from our boards. I had put together some of the bullet points that I thought could be answered, but Mr. Niemeyer, Councilman Niemeyer, you had a better.
Well, we'll see if it's better.
What's that?
Well, we'll see if it's better, if we're getting into it. The point of moving it to this meeting versus the last meeting was to try to come up with a specific recommendation to the EDC on what we wanted from them. What I came up with was a market and economic feasibility analysis for the property to identify potential uses for the property that could generate sustainable economic activity, to evaluate market demands for each use, and to assess the likely economic impact to the town for each use, including in terms of tax and enterprise revenue, with a deliverable of a written report to be delivered to the manager.
Okay. Any other discussion, Councilor?
Yeah, it's been brought to my attention that according to state law, municipal property futures use is in the planning board's hands. Not the EDC, not the rec. It's a state
Either the
law.
Recreation Department as well?
It
The
goes
planning?
from planning, and then from planning, it gets a recommendation as to where it should go from there.
Okay.
Okay, so I having this discussion, I think is not necessarily something we can discuss. It's supposed to go before the planning board
Well,
first and foremost.
I wouldn't go that far. I would say that any recommendation of EDC typically goes through planning. So I would ask Councilor Niemeyer's motion to be
Yep.
amended.
Can you cite the law?
Yeah, it's 45-22-7.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's fine that I mean, it should go in front of the planning board first, and then, like you said, I mean, not to stomp on your parade or, all the work you put into it. It just has to go through a certain channel, that's all.
Sure, sure.
Thank you.
So I don't think I've actually made a motion yet. I simply read out loud what I was considering. But in terms of whether or not we should put it before the planning board first, it seems like there's a general consensus that that's fine. But I would be curious if we could get the solicitor to weigh in on this, given that we're discussing whether or not we're referring to a matter to the correct board under Rhode Island law. Mr. Chairman, would it be okay to direct a question to the solicitor?
Of course.
Okay. Mr. Solicitor, do you have a notion of if the Rhode Island general law, and correct me if I have the numbers right, 45 dash 22 dash 7, whether or not that would stipulate which body this should be referred to? Okey doke.
There are 11 topics identified in 45-22-7 D, which is the state law identifying the powers and duties of the planning board. And the introductory language for each one of those 11 items is that those studies, plans, reports shall concern but are not necessarily limited to, so it's not exclusive, right? But it's all these matters should. Land use and land use regulations, transportation facilities, public facilities, including recreation areas, utilities, schools, fire stations, police stations, and others, blighted areas, problems of housing and development, environmental protection, natural resource conservation, protection from disaster, economic and social characteristics, preservation of historic sites, and economic development. And obviously, some of those, the last one, 11, economic development, covers a range of topics that could fall within economic development. It should also be noted that those, while those matters under state law have to go through planning, you're not precluded from having your own local boards and commissions from participating in those reviews. For instance, when you talk about natural resource conservation, you have a conservation commission. That's a topic that would be natural for them as well. So while these matters have to be vetted through the planning board under the statute, it's not exclusive. You can have other boards and commissions that you've created in those same areas also look at. Typically, those reports would be coupled with and even reviewed by the planning board. So,
Would we be in compliance with the law if we directed this to the EDC, but instead of delivering the report to the manager, they delivered it to the planning board?
yes, because you still have to make that stop. You still have to check that box.
Okay. All right. In that case, I would like to make a motion to direct the EDC to conduct a market and economic feasibility analysis to identify, and I'll get this to you, Mary, to identify potential uses for the property that could generate sustainable economic activity, evaluate market demand for each use, assess the likely economic impact on the town, including in terms of tax and enterprise revenue for each use, and to, as a deliverable, deliver a written report to the planning board on that matter.
I'm in a second for discussion.
Motion made, seconded by Counselor Healy. Discussion.
I'm all about creating revenue. I want revenue. But is this consistent with our comp plan and the harbor management plan?
Yeah, I would say it's consistent with the comp plan.
Okay.
We own the property. I mean,
That's
we
where
have
I
to
was,
put it to the best
because we
use.
own it, it's,
We already own it.
Right.
We already own this.
Okay.
Hopefully. And I think to put it to the best use, if it generates revenue, that's a good thing.
I completely agree. I just wanted to make sure I was understanding it properly. So yeah, I'll keep my second.
Okay. Discussion? I wanted to also include the rec board because there's been a number of citizens that have contacted me about access to the pond, potential for kayak access, certainly preservation of the aquaculture farm that's out there presently, making certain that none of these potential uses are in conflict with that shellfish farm. So I would want the recreation board to be, the
Could we do
department to
that?
be.
I'm sorry, not to interrupt. Could we do that as a second motion after we consider this one? Have them be two?
If you want two motions, that's good.
Okay.
Yes.
I just want to say again, whoever we put this to, you mentioned it, to make sure that they keep in mind and maybe have the oyster farm involved in the talks. There are already 2 places over that way for people to actually access that pond. And I know that there's some questions about access of that pond for public use, but there actually are 2 areas around there, one over by the drive-in and one before the drive-in where where they actually store their equipment. So I just wanted to mention that because I know that that was a question of some people as well. But I do think it maybe should go to the planning board and recreation department.
Any other discussion?
All right. We know why we bought this property. We bought it to have some overflow for parking, maybe volleyball court. It's been already worked on by the rec department. They're already involved. The town manager, the assistant town manager is already involved. We can count, I saw Mr. Duhamel's bullet points. We can count how many apartments are there, if it's commercial space, whether the fire marshal compliance. Sean can answer all those questions in 7 seconds.
Let's ask them.
Well, you want to ask them all of them?
Yeah, we
I
could
mean, you
talk.
don't-
We got an hour.
if you want to, you can. But let's talk about why the EDC is probably really being involved here. And let's talk about the history of the EDC. And I want to preface this by saying that individually, I think it's maybe a very talented group. I would probably say that Ken Julian might be the most talented volunteer we have in this town. I enjoyed Doug Brockway on a personal level when I talked to him. But as a group, wow, this EDC, look at their history, going back to, let's just go back to what they did with the Winterport Golf Course, where they've cost the town thousands and thousands of dollars, stressed us to the point where they were ready to destroy All Shore Road. Luckily, it almost passed in a 4-3 vote. This is what the EDC does. They are a special interest group, and that's why, and I hate to say it, it's why the Democrats keep pushing them on to every single thing that comes up, because they're a special interest group as well. So let's look at the last thing the EDC did. And Chris, you mentioned this last meeting, the marina. What happened to the marina? Nothing's happening, right? And you say, what's happening? Let's take it over. Take it over by town, but nothing's happening. Yeah. Why do you think nothing's happening? Why is nothing happening? Let me explain to the people. I could tell you, I could give you the reason. I can give you the reason right now. I don't have to ask the manager. No, this is the reason. Okay, I'll tell you the reason. The reason nothing's happening to the marina is because Doug Brockway was the head of the ad hoc study. And he decided that we needed a $5 million building with an elevator and everything else. He put the price tag so high that nothing could get done there. Rather than doing something that was economically feasible, like dredging and putting a dock in and getting some fishermen back in there, we're looking at a $5 million proposal with an elevator in the building. And it's because somebody wants that marina. And he is a special interest. He's the special interest cog. He always has been. And that's why you keep putting him into these projects. He doesn't belong. He doesn't belong on Atlantic Avenue. The rec board belongs in charge of this. Too many chefs in the soup. And if we do put the EDC on, Sean, I wouldn't want to micromanage this, but if they're going to be there, I'm going to have to micromanage it. Give me an update of every month what's going on with that 138 Atlantic Ave property, because I don't trust them. And and it's not because they're not talented. I don't trust them.
I totally agree with Councilor LaPetra. Again, we don't need an EDC study to figure out that we have 2 apartments, commercial space that needs to get rented. Period. This study, this is going to get dragged on and dragged out. We're coming into the summer months. We could have these apartments booked, whether it be short-term rentals, commercial space. We could already be getting people on board to rent these places, and we're wasting our time with the EDC. Again, great bunch of people, this is not personal. It's not about the EDC. The EDC this should not be going through the EDC. There's no reason for it. This study, that study, For what? We need to rent it, period, in my opinion. Get a realtor. It'll, right, but we got the rec board involved, right? That's what you want. EDC does not
The
need to
town
be
manager and
involved with
assistant
this
town
process.
manager.
That's my opinion. And Sean, we had this discussion. EDC is just a waste of time on this one. It's pretty cut and dry. I don't understand why we would want to waste our time sitting around discussing what we already have the answer to. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. Councilor Niemeyer?
Yeah, I'm referring to this to the EDC because it is a matter of economic development and they are the Economic Development Commission. I have no notion of what the special interest that's constantly referred to about this could be. I'm not getting paid by anyone. I'm paid by the Mashantucket Pequot tribe to get them grants, and that's the only source of income I have. In terms of my election, I think there may be some innuendo about that. I think I only got donations from family members and maybe a couple hundred from the Westerly Democratic Party. There's no outside interest that I have other than referring matters of economic development to our economic development body. That's all I got.
Name one success story they've had in the last 3 years of economic development.
It
Just
could
one,
be
just
this one.
one.
I think they did a pretty good job with it.
Just one success
I
story, just
think
one
they did a-
specific.
I think they did a pretty good job with the Route One corridor study
One
and
corridor.
The Route
built-
McCoy study that we haven't even approved yet, that is going to make another special interest study where every developer in town is going to cash in on. You're talking about that Route One special interest study? Is that the one
It
you're
was
referring to?
approved by the planning board. It's in front of the
By-
council next.
No.
It was not just, yeah, I gotta say, it wasn't just them that was involved, but I do think that they had a successful involvement in it. And
I'm sure that a lot of people would get richer than Route One quarter study, Michael, but
all right, I got it.
Think the
I said
Republicans
my
getting it.
piece.
I think,
Should we call a vote or?
well, just real quick, I think that if this is such an easy thing, then it should take the EDC one meeting. And then that should be it. And two of our council members up here are liaisons. So like, you're gonna be there. You're gonna be able to see. And I really want to echo Counselor Niemeyer, because this is not the first time this is being brought up. I don't know what you guys are talking about. You guys make it sound like the Democrats are in some sort of like cult and we're all like hanging out together and making weird deals. That's some weird behavior that you're even talking about. And it really screams accusation, but truth on your own.
Ed Marone
not-
didn't take $30,000? Is that
I-
you telling me?
Ed Marone does not sit up here. You dealt with him a completely different time and he has nothing to do with this conversation. I'm not
Yeah,
going to
we're
sit
not
up
bringing up
here
people that
and
aren't in the audience
degrade
either.
other people.
It's your
There's
party.
no
It's your
special
party.
interest. And you have to really stop digging in a hole that it leads to nowhere, Dylan, except for back and forth. Please, like, if you don't want the EDC to do it, fine, just say that.
Just,
I don't want the EDC to do it.
Okay, let's vote.
let's take a poll vote. If I could call a poll vote, Councilor Vandover,
Can I ask what the vote's for?
Mr. Niemeyer's motion. Madam Clerk. Okay.
It was just that 328 Atlantic Avenue property be referred to the EDC for economic feasibility market study, I guess, to identify potential uses for the property. And then their recommendation be presented to the planning board, but there's a part in there.
Yeah,
read so quickly.
I can read the full thing if you want. The market, so basically it's referring the property to the Economic Development Commission for a market and economic feasibility analysis to identify potential uses for the property that could generate sustainable economic activity, to evaluate market demand for each use, and to assess the likely economic impact on the town, including in terms of tax and enterprise revenue for each use, with a deliverable of a written report to be delivered to the planning board.
Could I amend that?
Motion made and seconded.
I could go with
Amendment?
this. My amendment would be, if the EDC is going to be involved, I would like an email update from the town manager every month on exactly what they're doing as it pertains to the 138 Atlantic Ave study.
Is there a second to that amendment?
I'll second that.
Okay, motion made and seconded. Discussion on that amendment? Seeing none. Poll vote, Councilor Niemeyer,
No.
Counselor Healy.
Are you okay with this? It feels like.
Someone
an
has to
excess
explain how
report.
I'm going to provide an update every month. I don't go to the meeting.
Right. Well, they're saying that EDC should give you the information for you to give to us on a monthly basis.
Am I wrong in saying the EDC is going to come back to the council with their recommendation?
They're gonna go to the
Or-
planning
Planning
board.
board.
They're going to go to planning with it?
Yeah,
And then planning will recommend something to council?
yeah.
Okay.
I just feel like it's not gonna take more than like 1 or 2 meetings for them to look at this and say, hey, yeah, we can have apartments here and have some, revenue at the end.
Parking.
I have no problem. If you want to direct the EDC to forward me whatever update they have, I'll forward it to all council.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
Chair votes no.
So what's that mean? You want to,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's tied, so it fails.
so you want to keep us in the dark as usual, huh? Work in the dark, the EDC and Chris Duhamel? I mean, this was just a transparent request. I mean,
What's transparency got to do with this? Okay, is that true, Solicitor Conley? We had a tie vote, the motion failed.
Yes, the tie vote, the motion fails, so the main motion is now before the committee, for the council.
Main motion, as Councilor Niemeyer has recorded, seconded by Councilor Healy.
I have a question for the town solicitor.
Discussion?
With what we're talking about with this property, is it inconsistent with the comprehensive plan or even the harbor management plan at this point?
No, so that's one of the things, that's one of the reasons why it goes to the planning board, right? So the planning board can inform the council on, comprehensive plan consistency. It's one of the reasons it goes there.
So then shouldn't the planning board be above the EDC to go over that stuff? So we're following the right rules and then maybe make recommendations, whether it goes to the EDC or rec board or whatever?
That's up to the council.
It is going to the planning board, over the planning board. The EDC is advisory to the planning board.
I have a
You
question.
can vote against it. I mean, it's not that critical.
Then
This side is making it critical, but
I just want to know then why, if that's the train of command, then why are we going to the EDC to go back to the planning? Why aren't we going to planning as Counselor Shalaba just said? Because that's what the state law says
they're
to
advisory.
the EDC.
EDC is advisory to planning board. Planning board will be advisory to the council. So eventually it gets to us.
Kind of sounds a little backwards to me,
That's
but
the only way it can go. It can't go the other way. The motion's on the table. Let's see if it passes 3-3. Councilor Niemeyer?
Yes.
Yes.
No, I'm sorry.
no.
no.
Okay, I vote yes, so it fails.
Motion to refer this to the rec board.
Second.
Discussion.
So if we are having it go to the rec board, they are then going to have to report to the planning board per the statute that
Exactly.
Councilor Vandover also just stated.
Why don't we just give it to the planning board?
Yeah, let's just do that.
All right, I withdraw my second. I am so tired.
No,
guys.
the rec
I-
board, just if I can, the rec board has asked to get involved.
Yeah,
The rec
they-
board has asked to
But
get
the
involved.
planning board by state law, which we've been described
Which
by
they can go
Ms.
to.
Vandover, says they have to start it.
Motion
So
to
let's
refer
go
to the
to-
rec board, who will then refer it to the planning board.
I'll second
there
that.
you go.
I'd like
Got to
to-
go to the planning board first. So motion, what was your motion? Rec
I'll-
board to planning board?
And I seconded it.
Okay, second discussion.
Yes, I'd like to make an amendment to the motion to cut out the rec board and just send this to the planning board.
Okay,
Second that.
motion made, amended motion to just the planning board, and seconded by Ms. Healy.
Discussion. I just want to say, we all have to agree. We're getting a little silly here, I agree, but the rec board I mean, this is their domain. I mean, they're gonna put a volleyball court there, it's parking for the beach. I mean, I know we're getting a little carried away with ourselves, but let's not cut out the rec board. That's the one board that really should have this. All right, I just want to say that before we get into the technical tip for
Okay.
tat stuff.
Any other discussion?
Please. They do have this, though. The director has been putting this in her monthly reports for 6+ months. She is aware of it. The board is aware of it. Rose and I are the liaisons. We will bring everything that, like, they are aware of it and they are ready to, like, go. If we're cutting people out, let's just cut it out and we'll go
Yeah,
straight.
but they
the
need to
review
talk
board.
because the rec board can't come up.
They
with
can
an
talk to
opinion.
whoever they want.
I mean, the planning board can't come up with an opinion without talking to the rec board.
The rec board's the one board they should talk to.
That's what we said the last round of motions, but it was
Yeah.
voted
and then
down.
Told me no.
So hearing no other discussion,
Yeah, excuse,
full vote.
excuse me, wait a minute, wait a minute. We had the main motion. There's an amendment to remove the planning or rec board. I
The
didn't hear.
rec board,
The-
remove the rec board. So it's Counselor Niemeyer. Second by Counselor Healy. So this is on the amended motion.
I'm gonna remove my second from that. I'm gonna make everybody happy. Okay? So I make a motion. Oh, sorry. You tell me when, Mary. I'm on your time. All right, but okay, I withdrew my second. Yes.
This is for an
Yes.
amended motion. She withdrew her.
I'll withdraw my
second,
motion.
The amended motion.
Withdrew, yes. Okay.
Motion is
So-
still on the table then, right?
It is. Yours is the original.
And
motion.
your motion is rec board,
Rec board, yes,
to planning board.
yes.
Okay, so my amended motion is planning board with the direction to include the rec board.
Get behind that, yeah.
Thank you.
Motion by Counselor Healy, second by Counselor Petra. Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Yeah, we got to start. Moving now to communications, new business, there is none. Communications and reports, liaison reports, 9A. Anybody have a liaison report?
I had concerts on the beach. Nice, easy board. They've got their stuff together, ordering shirts and hats and designs and putting the 250th logo on their stuff this year. So it should be pretty cool, actually. And they are going to be requesting $1,000 from us for costs, but for the most part, they raise all their own money. Yeah, so, and I haven't, for the veterans meeting is tomorrow at 2, EDC is at 4, and we have a Thursday night meeting with the housing board. So, thank you.
Any other liaison reports? Counselor Niemeyer?
Yes, the 250th Commission is meeting on Wednesday at 5:45. They will be discussing the upcoming March Revolutionary Ball. I believe tickets are already on sale on the town website. So if you are interested, please go to the town website and start getting ready. It's going to be a great time. The plans look amazing so far.
Any other reports? Moving now to Town Council. 2926. Yes. Counselor Healy?
I have a question for the manager on item 2 from the town of Hopkinton. I know when Representative Kennedy was sitting here, he mentioned 2 towns that had done this, but didn't we do this? Didn't we sign a resolution to send up to the state saying that we were in for the general revenue sharing? Didn't we do this?
I recall that.
I
Okay.
think we did. We already
Okay,
did it.
so good on Hopkinton for that one. I already talked about the one for Burrville. I think for the agenda referral, I will bring that back. So even though it sounds like the state is doing their thing, I think we should just have a fallback plan. I really like what Burrville put up. And then third, I know last Monday I talked about the rec board and me talking about the tennis courts at the former Tower Street Elementary School, where I had originally proposed to put housing. Got some public pushback on that, heard it loud and clear, went directly to the rec board. They want to maintain it. They wrote a beautiful letter of support on maintaining it. If anybody would like to read that, I really suggest you do. And I am excited to see us support that.
Any other comments? Town manager.
One thing, Mary, will you just check on that resolution that Alex mentioned? Because I'm pretty sure we did that on revenue sharing. I'll just check if you could. I can't imagine why we wouldn't. So you have department head monthly reports, and I received some letters. They came to me by mail. But some say to who may be concerned. I think a couple of them might say to President Duhamel. It's just I think it was 5 or 6 letters from Parkview apartment residents. I guess just outlining they enjoy their housing at Parkview and don't seem to have any issues. Just making everyone aware, that's all, sharing with them, with the correspondence that came in, and I let them know that I would share them, so with the council, so just be advised.
I saw those letters as well, so there's definitely a camps being formed on either side, so I'd hate to air all that at a town council meeting without hearing any real facts, so that's where I was during the discussion with the representatives. Any other? Yes, Councilor Healy?
On the letters, I just want to thank, we also did have Gage, the dog that was included in there, so I appreciate that. Yeah, the dog. Thank you, Gladys, and I think it's C Stove. Anyways, I talked to you about this, Mr. Manager. I just wanted to bring it to the public's attention. I did speak about it earlier in this meeting. In our department head reports from the Director of Finance, you can see that our DPW Division of Snow is over budget right now. And I am saying that publicly. We all know why, like we all can see outside. But when we do go into budget discussions, I do want the public to know we're already behind the 8 ball a little bit because we cut it last year because we were like, oh, we haven't gotten any snow for 2 years. This is great. So not really in that situation anymore, but like none of the towns are in this state. Most that I've seen are currently over budget in that DPW area. I know you're gonna say something. this isn't like me being, it's not bad.
No, I
I'm
just want to say
super
that doesn't
appreciative. I
include
just,
last storm, so it's worse than.
oh,
it's
so
not a-
you're, okay, you can be the bad
It's
guy.
gonna be worse than that, but we do have some funding in a reserve account we put in that rolls over each year. It's not enough to fund the shortfall, but we will have enough money in that budget line to fund the shortfall. Well, unless we get 5 more blizzards, but let's hope not, spring is coming. But it's typical. I've heard from other managers, they've all done the same thing. You haven't had any snow, you cut that line because you're trying to trim a budget down because you have money in reserve. Everyone's screaming. The state doesn't have any money. They've used all their money, everything on snow removal this year. So let's hope it's coming to an end soon.
Okay, any other on the town manager? Town manager, do you want to add anything more or?
All set, thank you.
Okay, town solicitor?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I just want to let the council know that this afternoon, we received notice from the Coastal Resources Management Council for 2 new hearing dates in the Spring Avenue matter, March 9 and April 13.
And that'll be on our website?
Yeah, we can put them on, right?
And I did reserve the senior center for those dates.
Right, no, right, it'll be at the senior center.
Very good. Town clerk, anything to report?
Nothing to report.
Thank you. Agenda referrals and backlog agenda. Sure.
The resolution to adjust the primary election day. I am noticing that Burrville picked Wednesday and Representative Kennedy did mention a Super Tuesday, so there might need to be some editing there in the resolution. Probably can't take it word for word from Burrville. But I'm more than happy to collaborate on getting that tweaked. Well, Burrville is saying that it's the Wednesday after Labor Day, but Kennedy is saying that it's going to be a Super Tuesday throughout all of New England, so.
Well, I,
uh,
I know that our Board of Canvassers supported the bill for the Wednesday.
So we wouldn't have to do anything then. I don't want to add any extra work, but I want us to be.
And
to show-
I know the Rhode Island Town and City Clerks Association, I believe they're supporting the Wednesday because, you know, the time frame with the Monday holiday, it just makes it easier for Wednesday.
That makes sense. As our registrar, would it be better for the Wednesday to give after the Labor Day? So falling in line with Burrville. So Mary, the agenda referral would be a resolution adjusting the primary election day to Wednesday after Labor Day, please.
Any other agenda referrals at this time? Hearing none, request of the town manager by councilors? Seeing none, request of the town solicitor by councilors? Seeing none, let's move to citizens' comments. In this section, there's no restriction on topics to be used. You councilors, citizens have 5 minutes to speak to the council. Nobody has signed up. With that said, anybody in the audience that would like to speak? Very good. No council's response.
I make a motion to move to executive session.
I'll second that.
Motion to go to executive session and have Dylan's Soupy. All in favor?
Aye.
Or poll vote? I'm sorry. Council Niemeyer,
Aye.
Yes.
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 chair votes yes. 5 to 0. That was awesome. That was the best executive session. No, we're waiting for Mary. She gives me the go-ahead. The town council met in an executive session and took 2 votes, which were voted unanimous 6-0. And we closed the meeting and sealed the minutes.
Motion to adjourn.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.